I also acknowledge our facilitators, members of the planning committee, and every individual who have contributed their time and resources and expertise to ensure the success of this Maiden workshop. To all participants, my dear professors and doctors, and even those that are coming up in academics, I encourage you all to take full advantage of today's session. Ask questions. In fact, the Vice Chancellor said he wants to see the grants that is run out of this workshop. So we have a task ahead. We must make sure we win the grants and show the Vice Chancellor and publish it. So we need to do that. It's a task for us. And I believe we can do it. Individuals who have contributed. So all participants, I encourage you to take full advantage of today's session as questions, ask questions, interact with our experts, network with colleagues, and leave here not only inspired but equipped with knowledge and confidence to compete successfully for national and international research grants. The workshop marks only the beginning of what we envision as a sustained journey of capacity building, mentorship, interdisciplinary collaboration, and research excellence. Our inspiration is to see more female academics leading groundbreaking researches, attracting prestigious grants, publishing in high-impact journals, mentoring younger scholars. We don't want to see our female academics doing "put my name," please. So that's one of the things that we are aiming at. Mentoring young scholars and contributing significantly to the global body of knowledge. Together, we can build a strong culture of research and innovation that will elevate the University of Calabar to even greater heights. Once again, I warmly welcome all of us to this historic Maiden Research Grants Writing Workshop. Thank you for your presence, your commitment to academic excellence, and your support this noble vision. I wish us all a productive, engaging, and impactful workshop. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that resounding applause. Please put your hands together for mine. Thank you so much, ma'am. At this point, I would like to bring to the podium. Before I bring to the podium our keynote speaker, I'd like to invite the 12th Vice Chancellor of the University of Calabar, Professor Ofiome Ifara Phil, to please give us an opening address as we put those hands together for him. Please put your hands together as the Vice Chancellor of the speaker to present his welcome address. Make it louder. Can you give me a sound of applause?
The Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic, let me start with you. Today is for female academic. The Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration, and the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Linkages, and Collaboration. The Registrar, the Author of the University of Calabar, the librarian, who is also a female. Let me also especially recognize the convener of this female, Professor Menaru Ogdon, the wife of the Vice Chancellor. As well as all the coordinators. I read there are so many coordinators here. The Coordinator General and other coordinators that are here. and members of the female academic. Sorry, I missed out the keynote speaker. Emeritus Professor Daniel Brett, and other facilitators who have the burden of making it a reality regarding today. And let me welcome all the men who are here, who have come to support the female academic. Members of the press, as well as those who are with us virtually, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with delight and profound joy, coupled with a sense of pride and honor, that I welcome you all to this historic and maiden workshop of the Association of Female Academic, University of Calabar. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the leadership of this nascent association for conceiving and executing this timely and transformative initiative. The theme, winning competitive ground, idea development to funded project, is not only relevant, it is also very critical to the future of higher education and the academic career of every female academic in this room, and those who are not able to be here. But most importantly, this is in line with the vision of this administration for our university, academic excellence. And I think that is the phrase we should not forget and must not be lost on us. As we well know, research is lifeblood of a university, and grants are the fuel that drive it. Because there is no research institution, no university in the world that has made impact in research without grants that is secured by the researchers of that university or institution. Where there is a lot of research, there will be a lot of grants won by the researchers in that institute or university. And where you don't find grants being won by the researchers, they are just workers in that institution or university. I don't think any of us deserve to be called those workers that earn money. So we must really allow the flow of research grant willing to run in us people are truly academics. For me, the theme winning competitive grant from idea to funded project could not have come at a better time. So we talk about reposition our universities. And if we really have to reposition our university, we must start from what matters most in the life of the university, and that is research. Funding is more competitive, but also more available for those who are prepared. As a university, we must move from good ideas to developing them and then translating them to funded projects. From proposals to from project to impact. Our female academics are already doing remarkable work. This workshop is to further equip you with that work and attract the resources we deserve. A lot of us are doing some good work, but we are shy of putting up ourselves to the work. So please, if you have to go back to the drawing board from the knowledge and reshuffle your skill, reposition yourself to compete, because you must compete with other academics. The world is a global village. I just attended a workshop last month in Dublin, and one of the facilitators said, you know that doesn't know why people complain that they cannot win grant. That there is no one who doesn't win a grant. That winning grant, you must also understand the language the donors are looking for. You must know the objective of that grant, and therefore you must be able to work from the objective, the language, to be able to gain the recognition and hence the grant. Not preempting all the talk that lectures are up today, but I think that it's also important to reflect on this. Because we must understand the language, we must understand the objective of every awarding donor organization. This workshop is a thing with a lot of experienced facilitators. We don't need to bring people outside just to confirm that we are doing an international workshop. We have people here. That is why we begin by looking inward. So please take advantage of this to equip yourself with tools to scale the research work and to the results we deserve. We must acknowledge a persistent reality in academia, the gender gap. When I reflected over this workshop 2 days ago, I went in to find out what is the ratio, the war ratio for
check your settings.
Female and male academic towards grant, winning of grant. Although this varies from field to field, discipline to discipline, but on the average, you find 1 female to 3 male. I think this is something that should challenge all the female academics in this room. So studies worldwide consistently show female academics, despite producing equally high impact research, often face disproportionate barrier in securing competitive grants. These barriers range from systemic biases in peer review, lack of access to mentorship network, and institutional support. It is not a question of competence, but of opportunity and strategic navigation. This workshop, therefore, is more than a training session. It is an act of empowerment. This time, academics are also doing empowerment, it's not by the spread of day trial and generator. So we are here to empower you with the skills that will enable you to expand on their research and also bring in more money to the university and to yourself. It is a direct intervention to level the playing field and unlock full potential that lies within our female academic community. The university is proud to host and associate with this workshop because we recognize that research excellence is the lifeblood of the 21st century university. Competitive grants provide the fuel to drive us with desire and excellence. And it's on this note I want to once more thank the organizer for this innovation, particularly my dear wife, the convener of the Female Academic, and others who have come together to participate. The university will continue to provide the enabling environment, foster international collaboration, and support our postgraduate students and enhance our institutional reputation. The journey from this nascent idea lingering in research mind to a fully a successful project is arduous. It requires discipline, strategy, resilience, and mastery of the brain of art of brand writing. It requires knowing how to transform a brilliant hypothesis into a compelling narrative that resonates with the panel of viewers. It requires understanding budget, institutional buy-in, and the politics of funding agents. I believe in the course of this workshop, you will be guided through its entire life cycle. You will learn how to construct for proposal, how to build a specific logic framework, how to craft impactful dissemination plan, and how to navigate the post-award administrative mess. But beyond this field, I hope you will all find something else here, a community of like-minded women who understand the struggles and celebrate their victory, and will hold you accountable. The partnership you will form here, whether for co-authorship or peer review or joint grant application, will be invaluable asset for years to come. So please let us also learn. I believe this is an opportunity for us to begin to initiate interdisciplinary research. And from my little understanding of the politics of research grant, interdisciplinary research seems to be the most favorable research nowadays. So good enough, we have so many disciplines in the University of Calabar. To our distinguished facilitators, I thank you for sharing your expertise and life experiences. There is no teacher more effective than one who has walked the path. To the participant, I challenge you to be bold, do not sit in silence, ask questions, challenge assumption, Dream audaciously, and when you live there, you not let the momentum die. Walk straight to your depths and begin that proposal, rewrite that abstract, or schedule that meeting with the head of department and other colleagues. So the aspiration of, I was happy when the convener said that it's not to marginalize the men. Then we also have to reassure us that it will not also become a parallel trade union for women in academic. And for us in the university, we believe that this initiative will go a long way with the female academic. And I pledge as a vice chancellor, the university's unwavering support to this noble activity. We will ensure this corporate efforts strive that your voices are heard in our decision-making body and that our policies actively promote and reward female-led research. We are currently reviewing our seed grant scheme, and there is what we call small research grant, which we are trying to encourage most of our very junior early career in academic. Please, I would like this association to also encourage a lot of early career in academic that are female to take advantage of this. The money may not be much. I believe that it will also prepare them to win this research grant. In conclusion, remember that winning a grant is not an end in itself. It is a means to a greater end. The advancement of knowledge, the solution of pressing societal problems, as you see there, who are not just aspiring to be successful grant recipient, you are aspiring to be agent of change. You are claiming your rightful place as leader in the global knowledge economy. I wish you all a highly productive, enlightening, and inspiring workshop. A proposal of seats and your impact to formally declare this maiden workshop of Association of Female Academics open. Thank you, and may God bless all of us.
I think the Vice Chancellor deserves the resounding applause. Please make that clap louder. Thank you so much. I would like to recognize and announce the acting provost, postgraduate studies University of Calabar, Professor Anne Asofo. Please put your hands together for her. The welcome, ma'am. On the same day, I would like to respectfully recognize your presence, the Director of Resort, University of Calabar, Professor I'd also like to recognize the present Director of Research, Professor Maurice Ipeyo. Please put your hands together. It's over there. You're welcome, sir. At this point, I'd like to bring to the podium a keynote speaker, Emerita Professor Ikabri, who will speak to us on research translation, quadruple headings approach. And this is going to be given by a mama in the house, Emerita Professor Ikabri. Please put your hands together for her.
Oh, you're then, are you saying?
Okay, before then, her citation will be taken by Professor. Please, no citation. Thank you. Please put your hands together for her.
Yeah, thank you very much. The high table might have to turn around the seats around so that you can see the screen. Either that or the chairs are moved down. Yes. I think it's best to turn around the chairs. Thank you. Sorry, I asked that my citation should not be read. If you need to know about me, you can Google and read it there. Thank you. Thank you. The Vice Chancellor, the hierarchy of management, the convener, the coordinators, facilitators, I think they have many categories of officials in this association, members of the Association of Female Academics, heads of department, deans of faculty, directors of directorates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, women and men of the press, but I could see a lady here. It's my pleasure indeed to be the keynote speaker at this event. The convener was very creative and very persuasive to get me to do this. I gave her some other names, but somehow I found my name under keynote speaker. So it's a pleasure to be here. I'll try and do my best. I have an outline here. I'll try to talk you through the emergence of universities, the mandate of universities, research transmission, the quadruple helix, recommendations, final words, and there will be some references which you can refer to later. Let's go first to emergence of universities. And this, my first slide, will gladden your hearts as feelings, because the first and oldest university in the world, is the University of Al-Qarawini in Fez, Morocco. It was founded in 859 by a female, Fatima Al-Qiri. a Tunisian-born Muslim woman from her inherited from Nigeria. And the university started as a center for Quranic studies and religious law, but was expanded to include logic, grammar, medicine, mathematics, astronomy, etc. And the university was recognized and is still recognized by UNESCO and Guinness World Records as the oldest continually operating university in the world. I bring this up as my first slide to show you that in those days, 859 AD, a female could do this. There was no 35% affirmation action or whatever. There were men there, but the female decided to do this, to set up a university. The oldest universities in the world are the following. The first one I have already told you. There's the second one, 970 AD, the University in Cairo, Azhar University in Cairo, Egypt. It's interesting to know that the first two oldest universities are in Africa. And I ask myself, why is Africa still backward? Then the third one, University of Bologna in Italy, the fourth, University of Oxford, and the fifth, University of Paris. I'll talk you through the emergence of universities in Nigeria very briefly. The first university in Nigeria was University College, established in 1948 as an affiliate of the University of London. The establishment followed from Aswick and Elliot's Commission, a British colonial inquiry established followed from the recommendations from this commission to assess the state of higher education in British West Africa. The University College Ibadan, UCI, became a fully autonomous university in 1962. So since 1962, we've had a university. And within the period 1948 and 1965, 5 more universities were established, fulfilling the need for skilled personnel and establishing baseline standards for higher education. And in the 60s and 70s, the federal and state governments further established more universities to meet increasing demand for university education. In the late 90s, the private universities began to emerge, contributing to the growth of higher education institutions. Today, well, I won't say today because some more might have been established. The total number of universities in Nigeria is about 312, 77 federal, 67 state, and 168 private. As we speak today, maybe by tomorrow, more will be established. We don't know. For polytechnics, I think there are 150. Presently, universities in Nigeria are regulated by the National Universities Commission, the NUC, serviced and guided by JAM, TVCNU, FCC, BPP, and other bodies, and supported by government, tech fund, and other funding bodies. The global mandate for any university, global mandate, is the advancement of human civilization through research and knowledge, preparing students for a globalized world with a focus on adaptability and diverse skills and partnering with communities to address global challenges. I have italicized it because it's not, the statement is not from me, this is from a source, and that is the definition of the mind of the body. For Nigerian universities, we all know the mandates of Nigerian university: teaching, learning, research, and community service. I've highlighted research here because that's the subject I'm talking on now. I will not creep to teaching, learning, and community service. Now, generally speaking, therefore, a university is an engine of knowledge and a driver of development. An engine of knowledge and a driver of development. Please, this presentation will be circulated by email to everybody here. So there's no need to write anything. So here we are, research. There it is. And I am quoting again from a source. The systemic progress process of gathering, analyzing, and interpreting data to answer questions, to solve problems, or expand human knowledge. And rather than mere information gathering, research requires a planned, objective approach to discover new facts, test theories, or develop practical solutions. So you have different types of research. You have the basic research, which you all know. You have applied research, which is what I'm dwelling on today, and which is designed to solve specific practical problems, such as developing a new medical treatment or improving a business process. And the third one is a mixture of both. Exploratory research explores uncharted topics to gather preliminary information and define the nature of the problem. So there are three types, three purposes for research. So you may be involved in basic research. It doesn't mean that that's not important. It is important. My research, my master's research in Cornell University was to look at the armament on the head of a worm, count how many books and how many. That kind of research is basic research, adding to the knowledge of the people there, but not important to me, Africa. My PhD research in the same university was a bit more relevant to Africa. Now, the common approach, I think the other speakers will dwell on this. You can have quantitative research where you are dealing with figures and data, qualitative research where you are the people in the arts and all that, and also in statistics. And then the mixed methods that combine both. And then we come to R&D, research and development. And I would say research for development. And that is what the VC was saying before. Research for impact. Not research for research, not research for science. So that's R&D, and R&D is research for development, and it applies scientific research directly to solving real-world socioeconomic, health, and environmental challenges. It is distinct from the theoretical academic research or corporate technology development. So R&D focuses on practical impact, poverty reduction, and sustainable development outcomes in resource-constrained or developing regions. Now, research translation. You can conduct research in your lab, and nobody knows about what you came up, the results of the research. And that is the norm. In Nigeria generally, we conduct research and nobody knows. But you see, Nigeria, like most of Africa, is endowed with abundance of human and natural resources. You will agree with me that that is so. Even in our state, Cross River State, we have a lot of natural resources and also human resources. But it remains largely undeveloped because it is plagued with numerous problems which significantly inhibit sustainable socioeconomic development. We talk of Africa having the oldest, two oldest universities, but here we are, Africa, endowed with abundance of human and natural resources. And Nigeria within Africa is the same story. And these problems are the following: poor planning, non-implementation of existing policies of government at all, inadequate stable deployment, duplication of efforts, corruption, big corruption, poor of research, or policy. Now, problem together in slowing down the achievement of the 17 SDGs. I think you all know about the 17 SDGs, which replaced the Millennium Development Goals. So it slows down the achievement of these SDGs by the target date, which is 2030. The same date our medical strategic plan will end. So it's that before the VC goes, the SDGs must have been achieved. But that is far from the reality. So we have something impacting negatively on national development. Because that these goals I'm talking about, cover almost every aspect of human life. They were set in 2015 by United Nations member countries as yardstick for poverty reduction and national development. I don't know even where we are now in Nigeria, but I think the universities have a role to play in assisting in getting this early youth achieved quickly. Universities, this is not to say that universities haven't done anything right. Universities and other tertiary institutions in Nigeria have played significant role in expanding access to and improving quality of higher education. They have also made some contribution to national development through research and innovation. We have so many patents from universities, they are in no charge, but they are there. Is government using those patents? Is industry using those patents? We'll answer that question later. However, this contribution is not optimal as it is expected that by now, impact of universities' operations on national development should have been more significantly positive. I'm going to ask you now to consider the following. Consider the number of research projects conducted annually in tertiary institutions and research institutes over the year. Consider the numerous unutilized research outcomes relevant to national development in thesis and in publication on shelves in libraries and journals. Just consider, think back since 1962 when UI was formerly UI, 1962, we were not there. Consider also the number of research outputs relevant to national development that are turned out by researchers in Nigeria annually since 1962. Just think about those in your mind. They will run into, I don't know what, it's not trillion again, so many researchers. Consider the number of innovators who have produced prototypes relevant to solution of some of Nigeria's national problems. Also consider the huge number of professionals in Nigeria today who are capable, very, very capable of solving some of the national problems we have in Nigeria. Such problems as inadequate power supply, low potable water supply coverage, poor sanitation. Why should we be having cholera in this region? Land degradation, poor infrastructure, high prevalence of preventable diseases, and so on. There's a long list, but let me stop there. So I see this. You can see this. If you go to your faculty, look at your resource room, go to your department, look at your resource room, you'll see something like this. This is accumulation of thesis. So many theses. And that's where they end. Nobody reads them unless you publish them. And even if you publish them, how many people read them? Do people in government read journal? Industry, do they care to look at it? In fact, I have noticed that some topics I see when we go for thesis defense have been topics that have been reworked and reworked and reworked several times. Since I came to Unical in 1979, I keep seeing the same topics being reworked and recycled, not copied, just they go to the same site and do the same thing. So that shows how, should I say on serious? I don't want to use hard words. How not serious we are. Now, in spite of all these things you have considered, our problems still persist. Is it that we don't have enough engineers to solve the power supply problem? Is it that we don't have enough doctors and community health people to solve it? Is it that we don't have any peace and conflict people to resolve some conflict, major conflict, which has degenerated into insecurity? Now, you will tell me that funding is often cited as a challenge to ability to conduct meaningful research that will positively impact national development. What the VC said is true. The guy that was talking about research grants was winning research grants regularly. Okay, from various sources, had something in his grant. Grants were of high quality or good quality, so he could win the grant. But if we have proposals that are not very good, they will go nowhere. Because sometimes I sit on panels to screen proposals, and you need to see what you see. The fundamental challenges, other than funding, that need to be addressed exist. And these are four proposals that I have said: inadequate research capacity, poor supervision, poor mentorship, poor quality of research, relevance of research to national development. All these are other challenges that affect quality of research proposals. The Nigerian Academy of Science has tried to address some of this, like poor mentorship, poor supervision. We had a grant, and it ran this year, but I'm surprised. I think last year some people in Unical applied that supports senior academics to mentor early career academics for a period of 9 months or so. They are paid for, and mentor them over a period until the proposal, the research will stop. That exists and is still there. We have addressed some other things here. Now, we could now come to research translation, which is the problem actually. Bridging the gap between knowledge gained through research and its application in policy and practice. That has been the problem. That has been suboptimal in Nigeria. That's research translation. But research has to be policy now and practice for ideal sustainable socio-economic development to be possible. So if research is not translated to where it should go, then it's useless. That's the correct one. If you carry out a research that will address lodging or something, and it is kept in the shelf, like that one I showed you, or in the librarian is here, you understand social in the library and so on. Nobody will know what you have done and what the problem thing will solve. So the economical health option is the way to go if the sustainable development goals are to be achieved in our nation. And this is the quadruple helix, where you have government, academia, industry, and community as stakeholders to be involved in research that will solve a national problem. It's only right for everybody to be involved, not just the academia, putting it in a corner. This is another version of it. You see, the stakeholders, and then they are intertwined here, it means they are working together. So the quadruple helix defined is the quadruple helix model of innovation is defined as an interactive framework that unites four societal spheres. That's the government. And when we say government, we mean government at all levels: national, state, local government, the academia, industry, and civil society. I actually don't like using civil society. I like using community to drive sustainable needs-driven development. It builds on the traditional triple helix model. You know, there was a triple helix model. When they added community, it became quadruple. So each of the four stakeholders I have mentioned within the quadruple helix plays a distinct, independent role in building a robust regional or national innovation system. So each of the four stakeholders is very important and must be taken into account while the research is going. So the importance of this collaboration, you will agree, was clearly demonstrated during the COVID-19 pandemic, when researchers, governments at all levels, industry, communities had to work closely together to contain this virus, this tiny virus that humbled the world. Everybody was confused. They didn't know what to do. There was no other option than to quickly adopt this policy. And I was there as the president of the Academy of Science every week. It was noted that survival of a COVID-19 victim depended on the community case finder, the ambulance driver, the gate man, all workers in the isolation center, traditional medicine practitioners, conventional medical practitioners, doctors, researchers, port of entry staff, and industry. In fact, this is where we had men taking the temperature of doctors and people in the airport. I remember after who was stranded once, he had to call me, and I could do nothing. I had to take her temperature, the doctor, at the port of entry at the time. So that was when everybody was important. You couldn't look down on anybody. The ambulance driver may save your life. The community case finder may be the one to save your life before the ventilators come. So I've talked about political health. There are 4 stakeholders. The first stakeholder and the key stakeholder in this health is government. Government makes rules, laws, and policies, and provides funds to support new ideas. Government has political will. Political will resides with government. Government is the regulatory and funding backbone that designs policy, provides structural support, and aligns innovation agenda with public interest. Government at all levels have the responsibility of translating policy to practice. And I repeat that. Government at all levels have the responsibility of translating policy to practice, not the researcher, not the vice chancellor. Because you cannot on your own go and translate policy to practice. You may implement policy, fine, but to translate it to practice, will stop them. Then the second stakeholder in the health is the academia, universities. We here, where researchers are found, we are the second stakeholder. Academia does scientific research, teaches students, and invents new knowledge. Acts as the knowledge engine and is responsible for foundational research, education, and talent development. The third stakeholder is industry, which is business. Industry is where object of research and innovation should happen. The object of the outcome of your research should be industry or government. Industries uses tools and discoveries to build products, create jobs, and grow the economy. The fourth stakeholder in the health is community that benefits from most research. The community must be involved collaboratively from planning to result determination, so community identified needs are addressed. Now here, this is very important, and I think we highlighted it in the strategic plan. Community must be involved, and we must address the problems of community, because we have made the community so redundant. That is, you just carry our own matter and go and meet them and say, this is what we want to do for you. And we have been embarrassed many times when you come and say you want to control this. And the community tells you that thing is not our problem. Our problem is group or school or something else. And we've had this one is very hilarious. There was a group that went with a big chart of Anopheles mosquito, very big chart, and went to enlighten the community about controlling malaria and all that. And when they finished, one old woman just said, please, thank you for the talk. Thank you very much, it's useful. But we don't have that animal though. Yes. So that happened. You don't prepare something and carry and go and grow in the community. It doesn't work like that. And sometimes they tell us, oh, you came to it, but your other people came last week. Don't you talk to yourself? NTD came, Tacoma came to live. You have come to live. You talk to us about them. Sister Somali came the other time. Don't you talk to yourself before you start talking? We've had several embarrassments in the field because community is not involved, and they are quite intelligent, those people there. Now, let me take you to something we really need to pay attention to. That is the collaboration between academia and industry. Because this is where you can get plenty of funding from to carry out research. But it's the weakest link in the helix. The helix of government, academia, industry and community. The relationship between industry and researchers is the weakest thing. The collaboration between the academia and industry has been very poor and it has been. Most industries concentrate mainly on making profit and becoming the best among others in the same field. These industries hardly use output of research in improving qualities of their products and services, perhaps because of lack of knowledge about existing research output relevant to the products and services. Because the research is done in the university, industry doesn't know about it. So they cannot use it. That means that there is lack of trust between academia and industry. And the danger here is that this disconnect inhibits research translation, in addition to limiting the funds you will be receiving from this industry to carry out the research. There are some success stories which I will bring later, so it's not all that gloomy. So, what is the lack of trust? In most instances, research topics selected do not address commercial needs of industry. Neither do they address socio-economic problems of the nation. Reports of such research end up in the journal papers and patents unknown to industry and arms of government that need to use them. The realization that outcome of research may be useful to industry comes later in the career of researchers or field, usually after achieving all the academic targets, all the promotions. Then you now realize, that industry, the cement factory in pharmacy may use it and all that. So, culture of collaborating with industry is not mainstreamed early enough into training of researchers in Africa. Researchers are interested in research, mainly for obtaining degrees, publishing, patenting, and moving higher in the academic ladder. And this is where the predatory practices come. Put my name, gather your 8 friends, and anything you write, just put my name. So you have 8 papers to add to your. Or you do the volume 1, number 1 single, form a journal, publish in it, get your promotion, and the journal dies. Impact of the outcome of their research on socio-economic development in most cases is secondary in their mind. Now, how can trust be built between academia and industry? Trust is enhanced if the researcher comes in contact with industries early in his research career, during visits to industry and internship in industry. At the tertiary level, the interaction between researchers and industries can happen in conferences, seminars, research, innovation exhibitions, and so on. And both academia and industry should actually invite each other to these conferences. But we go to research fairs, like the one they do in Abuja. NUC runs research fair, TEFCON runs research fair, Ministry of Science and Tech runs it. About 10 you go there, you see any industry there. It's just universities lined up with 1, with 2, with 3, with 4, all universities. Industries are not there. And research institutes, they are there. But there are no industry people attending with them. So there's still that disconnect. And during these interactions, researchers should understand problems faced by industries and seek to conduct research that will be beneficial to various companies. It will be easy for researchers and industries to plan for and conduct joint research aimed at solving problems. Subsequently, you can have joint publishing and patent. And it will be also very possible to engage in contract research and research-related consulting, which will bring funding to the university. In the process of consulting, some researchers may end up as contract employees of companies. Some researchers may even spend their sabbatical year in industry. When sabbatical time comes, what comes to your mind is another university. You don't think of the industries around it. So researchers will then seek to conduct research that is beneficial to the company addressing problems. Companies may then deliberately invite researchers on consultancy basis to solve problems. Both parties may even jointly develop curriculum, review curriculum, modernize curriculum to suit industry needs. We are still talking about curriculum selling, academia, and industry. There are success stories that I told you. In University of Lagos, research group partners with government, Lagos State government, they have a many pact. You can see here on they partner on their traditional medicine research, herbal medicine development, food security and innovation, agricultural innovation, and so many others. Maintains active research collaboration with Lagos State government across the sector, urban climate study, health and medical science and agricultural security. Urban heat project. We also do that. You can see, I just took this from their website, so you can see what the University of Lagos does. When you receive the presentation, you can go to it more closely. Medical intervention partnership. Geosciences. And just this year, in April 2026, the medical and industry partners opened new hub for research. They collaborated with industry partners and inaugurated a new hub dedicated to research and technology. That's very key. I hope Unical will be able to do that. Okay. Then you also have other universities that are already practicing this quadruple helix option. River State University, Coal City University and Dominican University, Covenant University, Ahmadu Bello University, and there are quite a number. In Lagos also, North Motors have its workshop inside Unilab. And in Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Innos Motors has the workshop there. The students work in the workshop and help them to modernize and develop some parts. I'm putting this for the Vice Chancellor, success story. I want, when I present this, something similar to this, to be able to tell the success story of Unilab. The strategic directions contained in the strategic plan 2026 and 2030 has already captured all that is needed to be done to have a success story for University of Calabar. So, recommendations. Government should review existing policies around major problems and ensure that they are based on evidence from research. Ensure that policies are not duplicated and are implemented. You know, when political people look at major national problems, they don't refer to any research done or anything. They don't often do that. So that's why this is put there. Government should also improve on gross domestic expenditure on research and development, GED, which for now is very, very low. Can't remember the percentage number, but it's very low. And improvement of GED will require improved in-country funding of research, since as generally observed, donor-funded research are sometimes based on donor priorities and not on local socioeconomic needs of Nigeria. Government should also facilitate review of curricula at all levels to include aspects that will guarantee solid science foundation for students at sub-tertiary levels of education and provide at all levels information about determinants of socioeconomic development, as well as stakeholders' responsibility for addressing this determinant. Government should note that spending on research is not an expenditure, but an investment. This one they can't take. Because when you say you want to do this, you want to do this, look at it as money going. But that money going will come back in many folds. So the government should get that in their minds. And the government should set up a national research foundation of one to take care of funding of key research and to house the accessible data bank of researchers researches conducted in Nigeria. This one they have done halfway because it was recommended by the Academy of Science. The day we went to induct the president as a patron, the only thing we asked him to do was to set up this foundation. But they took it to the parliament and they set up something that looks like this, but it's not quite that. We are trying to intervene. Universities now should sensitize the four stakeholders in the quadruple heritage on the need to actively work together. You will say it is not their business, but it is their business because it is in the mandate of universities that research is. So when you do the research, you have to be sure that all stakeholders are involved. Therefore, you must sensitize them to be involved and work together. Check predatory academic practices among academic staff, emphasis being on quantity. That is, the emphasis now is on quantity. That is, number of publications. I think I should have taken that out. You should erase the publish or perish aphorism by reviewing promotion criteria to lay more emphasis on quality of publications as against number of publications and the higher weighting of publication in foreign journals during assessment. In all of this, quality takes a back because we are not looking at the quality. We are just counting numbers. And these foreign journals may be coming from Togo, Cameroon, all countries around us. But what is outside Nigeria is foreign. And today Nigeria is foreign. So I think something has to be done with this promotion criteria. But it has to come from NUCIT, or we have to intervene at that level to tell them that what we are getting is not what we should get. We are getting numbers of publications. We are not getting impact of publication. 400 publications, of course, that will give you to professor. But what is the impact of those publications? If they press the button on the computer, does your name appear against that problem? No, not. Because those publications, many of them were syndicated and on predatory journals and so on. So this is that when you reach them, then you can discuss with them. I'll also try my best as a member of the process of CDC to see what we can do about it. Because quality is going down. Quality is going down, quantity is going up. If somebody with 400 publications, 300 publications, still then, what comes out is not much. Arrange for training of supervisors to be effective supervisors and mentors. This one is very important because we now have supervisors who cannot supervise. Not all, some can't supervise. When you go for the defense, you have to supervise the supervisor. And you can't be a supervisor. I asked that Anna should give a talk on mentorship. I think later on you can do that. Because when you are a supervisor, you are a mentor. You have to mentor the person throughout. And you know, female academics, they have a problem. Because the period when they are trying to climb the ladder, the academic ladder, is the period they are getting married, having children, school runs, everything. So they don't have much time to pay attention. So you as a supervisor, you want to encourage them and mentor them properly. I go back to my time in Suka. There was one lecturer we had, which is very funny. I won't mention his name. If you come and knock on his door, he's inside the room. He will say, yes, I am so, and so. PhD this, MSc this, PhD that, and who are you? Of course, we have some. And that's probably. But those are the kind of supervisors we have. I carry that thing and go. What are you doing? This now I told you to come. That child will be so discouraged. I'm calling them children. Anyway, so you get what I mean. Supervision and mentorship go together. You can't be unpleasant to your field. You cannot. If you cannot supervise them, you tell them to take the person off. Luckily for us, the Association of Postgraduate Teams of Postgraduate Schools in Nigeria has set up a way of training supervisors. I think now they are taking it online. So look for it, you find it. It's online. You can go there for it. And universities should address through research problems relevant to solving local and national problems. Then we come to industry. For their recommendations, we say that they should create opportunities for students to visit industry and maybe undergo internship in industry. This, I think, already is going on because they go work experience. That is silent. I think it's still going on. Then we should give study scholarship to young researchers. They should give research grants to researchers to work on areas of research that will address the needs of the company. Provide prizes for outstanding researchers, provide support for collaborative research meetings and conferences, and fund capacity building training for researchers. This cannot happen if the university does not connect with industry. That's why you have advancement units. That's why you have there's another directorate dealing with research. And I think the deputy vice chancellor research and development understands what I'm talking about because he can visualize it and understand it. Industry should build research laboratories and workshops in tertiary institutions and institutes for research related to products and services rendered. That the industry must be approached and requested to do this. We can't sit in the university and they are there and they don't know the needs that you have, that people can solve their problem. So it should happen. And the number of companies have built. Public and mentorship. It cannot just be here. Right, there's an urgency here. Mindset must be changed. We have to act fast to ensure that research is redirected to fit policy and practice. We need to act.
Please put your hands together, Moha. The lecture meeting is celebrated. Thank you so much. Presentation of thank you so much. Presentation of payment to the keynote speaker.
Thank you very much, Emeritus Professor. Yes, I think when you asked me sometime ago, what's your plan? I think you delivered my plan. Thank you very much, Prof. The female academics want to thank you, and we're giving you this to remember that you are a keynote speaker today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this point, we'll quickly move to presentation by Speaker 1. Professor Stella answer. She will be speaking to us from problem to theory. Identifying. Please put your hands together for her. The writing there is very, very faint. Please put your hands together. Let's invite Professor Stella answer for her presentation. Please can I have your attention? The owner of car number PWR 510KR, the Toyota RAV4, the red color. Please, you're holding someone else's car. Can you please really park? Thank you so much. Vice Chancellor. Standing on the President protocol. I'm here to talk on from problem to theory, identifying research gaps in grant writing. We want to know what constitutes a problem. Every research must be grounded in solving a problem. Without a problem, there will be no research. What will you be trying to do? So a good research starts with a research problem.
So you have to bring from here.
How do you arrive at the problem? What have you seen to be difficult? Have you noticed any obstacle around you or in things you have read? Are you puzzled about anything for which you would want a solution? What is it that you think you can do to improve on certain aspects of the community? That's what the problem is about. This topic matter. When we talk about grants, the reason why we are here, proposals are rejected because they have weak justification or the justification is absent, and that creates a gap. The gap section is the single most scrutinized part of any proposal because it is the proposal's reason to exist. If there is no gap, then what exactly are you trying to do? What do you want to solve? That's why we are here, to look at how we can identify gaps, the different types of gaps, and what we need to do to get research or researches funded. So the gap section is the most scrutinized part of any proposal. Reviewers reject proposals overwhelmingly for weak or absent justification, not for weak method. Your method may be good, but if there is no justification for the research, then there's no need for it. So the gap is the proposal reason to exist. It answers why this project, why now, and also why by this particular thing. A brilliant methodology cannot rescue a proposal that never establishes what is actually trying to resolve. That's why we need to understand the issues about God. What do I intend to leave us with? For us to be able to distinguish a problem from God, a question, and a theory, for us to be able to apply repeatable methods to locate defensible gaps in literature, and to turn gaps into fundable and answerable research questions, and then anchor the gap in a working theoretical or conceptual framework, and finally, recognize the errors reviewers flag most and how to avoid them. Now we have a roadmap in doing this work. First and foremost, we need to review the full pipeline. And what does that mean? First, identify the problem. And then evidence of the gap. And then you are able to classify the gap, and also to be able to formulate research questions, establish theoretical framework that will align with the grand narrative, and also we look at the future outlook. That is the roadmap we need in moving forward. And we look at functional distinctions, problem, gap, question, theory. A problem is a real-world condition causing harm. You must be able to identify a problem. And what is the gap? What is not yet known, tested, or resolved about that problem in the record? What constitutes the question? The precise, answerable query that will close part of the gap. And the theory is the lens you put forward in explaining why the phenomenon behaves as it does. That will take us from problems to theory in identifying gaps. But then we look at research. What is research? Read, again, search. You are not the first to carry out a research. A research means you're searching again where others have searched before. So you are not doing anything that has not been done before, but you are looking at what they have done to be able to make a particular thing better. That's why we talk about research. And we also need to understand the issue of problem. We've talked the real-world condition causing harm, inefficiency, or whatever problem. You look around you. How do you come by problems? Problems could arise from your experience. You are in a particular location. Is there a problem in that place that needs a solution? Something you can do to improve on that environment. Your experience could generate problem. The theories, we all learn about theoretical frameworks. We all apply theories. But in your application of theory, in whatever you have read, the theories applied in solving a particular problem, is it adequate? Does it fully and justifiably solve the problem? These are questions you need to ask as you progress in your research. Because sometimes you realize that certain theories may not be enough in solving the problem. So, what would be your contribution? So we look at from problem to gap. You should be able to define the problem precisely. Before searching for a gap, define the problem. Who is affected? Where? How? How severely? Since when? You have to quantify this and then separate the symptom from the root cause. That will enable you solve the problem. And we look at, in trying to establish our problem, we have to look at literature review. Many times we write our research and think that what we know is enough. No. You need to read what others have written, what they had done, the kind of research they had carried out, the theories they had applied, and in doing this, you are doing it critically. You are looking at the strength of their study and also the weaknesses. It is from the weakness or the weaknesses that you'll be able to establish the gap. Then we also need to organize the evidence. It is not enough for me to say, I have read, there is a gap. What evidence do I have to show that there is a gap? And that's when you use your literature status metrics. You look at the population, the method, the findings, and the limitation. All of this will enable you to establish gaps in literature review. We need this because it is those gaps that will now determine our own further research. And then you're looking for gaps, not just about the topic. So each time you pick a text to review, you are not just concerned about the topic. You should also be concerned about the gaps. What is missing? What has the person failed to address? This is what we should be looking out for. So in doing this, we mind limitations and future research. When you read through what others have done, you look at the limitations and you also look at their recommendations for future research. This will also help us to establish gaps. And then we should be concerned about types of gaps, because some gaps are false, some gaps could be real. For example, if in carrying out a research, you say nobody has done this before, you're the first. That's not sufficient. How much have you done to know that nothing has been done on that? And then you say there is no literature. Absence of literature sometimes means questions are not worth asking. And then the gap may already be filled by a study you have not found out yet. And then they said, would filling this gap enable you change a theory or advance the frontier of that theory or lead to some policy adjustment or change in practice? These are things we need to understand. And on the basis of this, we now classify gaps into knowledge gap. That means nothing is known about a particular subject or topic. Evidence gap, conflicting or inconclusive findings from all the researches you have done about what others had studied on a particular topic. And then we also have practical knowledge gap. That is, the study is known in theory, but not applied in practice. And you could also have methodological gap. That means in looking at the methodologies, you find them to be weak or inappropriate, and you have empirical gap, untested, that whatever has been done has not been tested empirically. And then we have population gap. We have done it with the female. Nothing has been done about the male. That you are looking at gender in population gap. You could look at the elderly, what has been done about them. You look at people living with disabilities. You need to know, because this also could constitute a gap. And then we talk about contextual or geographic gap. It's been studied somewhere else or in another setting. What would happen if we extend that same study to this our own local setting? That would be a gap. And then finally, we look at theoretical gap. No framework adequately explains the phenomenon. So that means you are going to look for maybe an eclectic framework, probably because one theory was not adequate enough. You need to look for other theories that could support whichever theory had been used for you to have a good result. And then we have from gap to research questions and objectives. A strong research question is feasible, interesting, novel, ethical, and relevant. Now you look at it. There must be a worked progression. Is it interesting enough to sustain you? Is it new? When we talk about it being ethical, you think about issues of privacy. and you know that you don't have to infringe on people's rights. These are things we need to take into consideration when we're writing, moving from problems through theory to establishing research that. We established the typology of the research gaps, knowledge, evidence, practical knowledge, methodological, empirical population, contextual, and theoretical. Now, we think about matching gaps to funder priorities. It is not enough for us to just, have the gaps, because we are going to make use of somebody's money. You also have to take into consideration the needs of the funders. That's why we talk about matching gap type to funders' priorities. We talk about implementation focused donors. This kind of donors reward applied or practical gaps, refrain the same evidence around operational impact, because that is what will benefit them. And also think about research councils and academic funders. These ones often reward theoretical or methodological contributions. They foreground novelty of framework or design. So in writing your research work, who do you need to address will determine how you're going to work on the gaps. And then we look at work progression from gap to question to sub-question to hypothesis. The gap, post-training employment outcomes. If you are concerned about ICT issues, what will be the post-training outcomes for ICT trainees beyond 6 months? If this is unknown, that will be your gap. Now, the broad question will be, what is the 12-month employment trajectory of the rural ICT training undergraduate? And then the sub-question, does mentorship access during the month impact on, or can it predict the employability of the trainee? And then the hypothesis will be established thereafter. Graduates receiving structured mentorship will show significantly higher 12 months employment rates than others. These are things we need to work out in looking at the gaps. And then we talk about writing SMART objectives. Your objective must be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Remember, for every research, there is a specific period for which it must occur. It cannot run on forever. And what will be the relevance of that? You have to take into consideration whatever you are trying to do. Is it achievable in terms of time and the funds available? Available, 1, 2. Is it measurable? Because it must be, and also how specific is it? In doing this, we should remember that when your question is too broad, you will not be able to tackle this within the grant period. And then objectives that drift away from the gap become problematic. They are not justifiable. And then your hypothesis should also have a theoretical basis for it to succeed. Then we look at building theoretical and conceptual framework. Why reviewers look for theory? I will need your first to understand that a good theory must deal with some significant phenomenon of behavior that needs explanation, and it must provide the simplest, clearest, and most possible explanation for the phenomenon. You may have a very large number of facts, but you need the smallest number of principles to be able to explain the fact. That's what we need to understand about our theory. And in building the theoretical or conceptual framework, what the reviewers would look for will be that the theory must signal the applicant's understanding of the research and not just why it is happening. Or sorry, not just what is happening. Why is it happening? The why must always be the foundation for the theory. Why is that necessary? Because it provides for stability, falsifiability. There is no theory that cannot be falsified. If you say that your theory is the best and nothing can shake it, then there's a problem. Because we say the most constant thing in life is what? Change. And so somebody else should be able to refute what you have done. If I say everyone seated in this class, in this hall, is very smart, I should be able to look for someone who is not smart enough for me to be able to refute that. Otherwise, there will be a problem. So, when we talk about theories, theory signals that the applicant understands not just what is happening, but why it is happening, and then you provide falsifiability and structured interpretation of results. This person has done it this way. I should be able to challenge what has been done by bringing up something else that will refute what has been done. Now, a conceptual framework is the researcher's own synthesized model, often combining elements of two or more theories, but you should be able to justify your choice explicitly. While your theory you are borrowing from what already exists, your conceptual framework should take from A, B, C, D, and then you'll be able to come out with something that each of these would have been able to contribute to. Now, what are the processes for selecting a theory? You should search for theories that are already in use. They've been applied to similar problems, including adjacent disciplines. Assess whether the theory's assumptions fit the target context and population. Consider a hybrid framework when no single theory fits clearly. And then cite the theory's original authors and core propositions accurately. These are the things we look out for in selecting our theories. And you should also be able to link the theory back to the gap. State explicitly either that the gap exists because the current theory does not account for a specific factor, or that the study will test or extend a main theory in a new context, and then carry that link through into the analysis plan. We're talking about problems to theory in gap identification. And then we look at writing the gap into the grant narrative. There is always the standard proposal architecture, background and context, your problem statement, the literature review, the gap statement, the significance of the research, your research questions and objectives, the theoretical framework, the methodology. Reviewers read this for change and notice immediately when a section does not follow from the one before it. So, the problem must be established from the background. The literature review will help you to better understand what your problem is, because that will now help you to establish the gap. And then your gap must be significant enough to be funded. You should be able to raise questions based on the gap. And then your framework, the theory, must be able to address issues arising from the gap, and so with the methods. And so your gap statement from paragraph in reusable templates. 4 sentences matter here. What is known? What remains to be known? What can be contested? What has not been tested? Why does it matter as a consequence of not knowing? And what the project will concretely do about it. These are all things we need to take into consideration as we are looking at the gap. And then we also must also align the narrative with our budget and the work plan. Every activity in the work plan must trace back to a stated objective, ideally visible in a log frame. Any activity that cannot be traced should be expunged. Now we look at common pitfalls and reviewers' red flags in looking at gaps. When you have gap asserted without documented evidence of a search, that turns you into
an armchair researcher. You sit in your office or your reading table and you get everything done there. No evidence of having looked at what others have done concerning the phenomenon. Literature review that summarizes rather than synthesizes and critiques. Sometimes we just write out what others have done without looking for their strengths or weaknesses, without critiquing. It's not good enough. It may land us in problem. And then sometimes you also have research questions that do not align with the stated gap. Your research questions must arise as a result of the gap you have identified. Then your theory could be voted on without integration into methodology or analysis. You don't have theories that can, they just fly on their own. Methodology is on its own. I remember my supervisor asking me, you've got a theory. What do you intend to do with it in terms of data collection and data analysis? It got me thinking, because those should be factored into your theory as you try to use it to address your gap. Then overcoming novelty by overlooking existing but hard to find work. Your departmental resource room is not enough. If I'm going to work on culture, I'll need every other departmental resource room that has something or the other to do with culture. Doesn't matter the aspect of culture, maybe philosophically, or maybe from the religious perspective, maybe from the linguistic perspective, or maybe from the literary perspective, or even the scientific. We need this. We're talking about social linguistics once, and somebody asked me, have you ever gone to the medical school? I said, what for? What do I need medical school for in working on language? Show me, you are looking at language issues right here. And do you have jobs? I said, yes. Sometimes, it could be shocking, some of the things you come in contact with. That's why you need the medical school. And I said, so can you give me an idea of what the medical school can do for me? He said, have you ever heard about the tribulation? And I said, the tribulation, it sets me reading, talking with medical doctors. What do you do? What does the tribulation mean? He said, let's talk about tribulation. And I said, what is tribulation? He said, when people fail, what you do, to bring them back before you now begin the mouth to mouth. I said, oh, said yes. So the medical school can help you. I said yes. I said, okay, thank you for taking me that way. So we should not just be comfortable in our little corners. We should explore what others can do to add to what we are doing. And we should also not rely on outdated sources. We are working in 2026, and my literature is 1920. Between 1920 and 2026, so many things would have happened. They need or not happen. They also would help us to establish gaps. And then failing to justify why a specific content of population needs this specific study. Sometimes we overlook certain populations. We think that everybody must be carried along one way or the other. And then you look at yourself and you say, what I am doing is under research. You have under research. You don't know, maybe it's not been done in Calabar. Have you tried Rio, Port Harcourt, Ibadan, Maiduguri, Zaria? Because I had to travel out. I was working on the Cross River State community, but Cross River State community took me to Borno State, took me to Plateau State to see what they had done, how they had done it, and if it is applicable in my own state. So we should not confuse under research with importance. And then we look at practical tools and templates, literature synthesis metrics. Look at what other studies, population, method, findings, and limitations. Then you should also be able to classify your gap. We've given the checklist there, about 8 different gaps. And then you have gap statements filled in the blank templates. You should be able to have your gap statements and then your conceptual framework diagram templates with labeled placeholder variables. And then your reviewer self-check questionnaire. Would the reviewer accept this gap as real, significant, and findable by this specific project team and budget? We must never forget that, because you're working to please somebody to be able to support you in doing the work, and you also take that person's views into consideration. And we look at future outlook, emerging trends, recurring patterns, challenges, and consequences. When we talk about the future outlook, somebody had come to me to say, our students need to be trained in AI. And I say, yes, it's very necessary. Because how many books will I be able to read to be able to identify gaps? But AI-assisted literature scanning can help us to map gaps. So we all need that kind of training. And then cytometric and citation network gap visualization. Further demand for community co-defined problems. Our keynote speaker has told us about that. If the community is not carried along, they won't understand what you're doing. They need to be a part of the research. I worked on a dragon. Somebody had sat in his office and established an orthography based on his own variety. And we looked at what had been done, and we said, okay, we need to improve on what had been done. As soon as it was published, we got a letter from Cameroon telling us that Ejagan speakers are not only in Nigeria. If we must work on Ejagan, we should understand that some varieties that are spoken in Nigeria are equally spoken in the Cameroon, and that had to carry us together. For us to now map out the clusters, beginning from Bakassi through Akampa, Ikom, Etum, Ogoja, and from there into the Cameroon, southwest Cameroon. And we now came up with an orthography which we felt was good enough for Nigeria. But NRDC told us, no, All the people who had contributed must also be involved. We had to invite them. Traditional rulers came in for them to agree. And it was almost a fight. Some people said, what do you want to call this photography? We said, well, what we found in Akampa seems to be more generalized than what we have in other clusters. The one in Calabar has a lot of ethnic influences. The one in Ogoja, you find out that Ekaju is a Jagan, but you find it difficult to understand. And they said, you want to use Akampa. We are not Akampa. It was a fight. We now had to calm the situation and we asked the people, what do you want us to call this orthography? They said, just call it standard Egadam orthography. Don't mention any community's name. If you do, you will reject it. So carrying the community along will help you avoid some problems, which the funders may also query. And we look at open science and pre-registration and registered reports. Funders and journals now expect research questions, hypotheses, and analysis, to be registered publicly before data collection begins. This will help us to avoid, plagiarizing what others had done, and it will also raise the bar for what you have to do. Then you look at open science and open data mandates and rise of interdisciplinary and convergent funding calls, growth of global South-led research agendas. If we are able to access any and all of this, it will help us to establish our research gaps. And then we talk about recurring patterns worth watching. Saturation of well-chosen topics in pushing writers toward increasingly narrow, hyper-specific niches to claim genuine novelty. If I want to look at, I'm drawing the examples from my discipline, language use among the effort. You'll find out that it's been done by so many people, and you are not doing anything new. So you should do something new. And then the key challenges on the horizon: information overload, unequal access to literature, AI hallucination and fabricated citations, gap statement gaming, rapid obsolescence of technology and context-linked gap, capacity and resource divides. These are some of the things we have to watch out for. And finally, we'll talk about the consequences of getting this right or wrong. If the gap is poorly identified or justified, what will happen? Proposals are rejected at the concept note stage before you even arrive at methodology. Funded projects risk duplicating existing work and wasting scarce donor resources. Reviewer trust erodes for repeat applications or institutions whose gap claims are later found to be superficial, and then research findings, even if well executed, are seen as incremental rather than significant, limiting publication and future funding prospects. So if the gap is rigorously identified and justified, what will happen? Your proposals will move faster through review, institution, you help to build up your institution's reputation, and your findings will carry greater weight for policy and practice since they are positioned against a clearly demonstrated need. And the teams involved will be able to build reusable literature and framework assets that accelerates every subsequent proposal. Thank you.
I think she deserves a round of applause. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you. Again, Mama, Professor Stella answer. This is a presentation of the mentor for her. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Sorry for her. We want to present this memento to you for, okay. Okay. My prof is cautioning me for giving her sleepless night. Ma, once in a while. So I remember those days you were studying. Thank you so much, Prof. Prof. Stella Ansah will present this from you from the female academics for speaking to us during the research grant. Thank you so much.
Why is that me?
Thank you so much. I would like to invite the next speaker, Professor Gosta Song Ayawu. She will be speaking to us on why grant proposals fail, understanding funding agency requirement. I don't know if she has someone speak of a citation. She said there's no need. Please put your hands together for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Vice Chancellor of University of Calabar, sir, please permit me to start on a really established protocol as I present my paper for this session. I want to sincerely thank our convener, Professor Amenowo Ofion, the female academics, for giving me this opportunity to participate in this medal workshop as a speaker. To the audience and fellow participants, thank you very much for honoring our invitation today. I hope each and every one of us will go home fulfilled. Each and every one of us here may have written a grant proposal that got rejected, or we are about starting to write one. That is not a criticism. That's the sad reality of competitive writing. And the proposal writing is becoming extremely competitive worldwide. Researchers present proposals that get rejected, not because it's a poor scientific idea. No, rather, we fail to align our work according to the funding agent's priorities. And most of us, we write using the academic perspective, not the reviewer's perspective. We must understand that a grant proposal is not just an academic document or a scientific document. It's a case of business involved investment. When we look at it as a case of business investment, therefore, when you are writing your proposal, you must convince the reviewer and the funding agency that you are presenting a very sound, feasible, impactful, and a result-oriented proposal that aligns strictly with the funding agency's mission. This is our agenda for the day. So we'll cover funding agencies and the review process, recalling reasons why grant proposals fail, and the technical issues We also look at strategies for successful grant proposal and the hallmark of a winning TED Fund, National Research Fund proposal. Why TED Fund? Because that's the lowest hanging fruit for each and every one of us in Nigeria. So introduction. You have to first of all understand what a research grant is and what a proposal is. A research grant is a non-payment financial funding awarded to individual or organization to conduct a specific funding, a specific investigation or experiment. So it covers approved expenses, be it equipment or online data collection and then dissemination. It is an investment in knowledge, not free cash to pocket. That is where we always get it wrong. Once somebody gets a grant, you start receiving calls all over the world. Sister, you don't hammer. It is money, it's not more money for use and change your wardrobe, or buy a new car, or start a building project. There is a project that money is meant to cover. So what is a grant proposal? That document that you submit to secure that funding for project is a grant proposal. Is what compels the reviewers that what you are talking about the funding need, and also show your capacity to execute that project. It's a business case investment, not merely a scientific document. So, who funds research? Next slide, please. Who funds research? Research grants are funded by funding agencies. What are funding agencies? Who are they? They are grant funding agencies that organizations that provide a financial award to support specific research needs, projects, or initiatives without expectation of repayment. Without expectation of repayment. So we have examples. We have the governmental agencies like our GAFE Fund. You have the National Institute of Health. You have the National Science Foundation. We also have private or corporate individuals, organizations, like our Bill and Melinda Gates. Coming down to Nigeria, we have the T.Y. and Human Foundation. We also have the Tony Elumelu Foundation. Then we have international and multinational organizations like the Global Partnership of Education. These are categories of funding agencies. So we now have to understand funding agencies' needs. What are they really looking for when they call for a research grant proposal? So they are looking forward to advancing scientific knowledge, solving societal problems, improving public health, driving innovation, supporting economic development, building research capacity, influencing policy, and commercializing research funding. And this one is very, very important, but because that is where you have return on investment and value for money. The major question that funders ask me is, why should I invest in your proposal when there are other 1,001 research proposals that are also competitive? So when you are writing your grant research proposal, you should make sure that every section of this proposal answers this particular question. Why me? Why me? So funding agencies accept proposals. They use a review system or against determining criteria or rubric-based system. Rubric-based system in the sense you have every section of the proposal is giving a score. But at the end of the day, they calculate and score that proposal. So, how are they reviewing? They are reviewing based on scientific basis of the proposal. Scientific knowledge. Maybe not mago. Is there any originality? What is new? Are you there trying to propose what other people have done before, other people have done before? Is it relevant? Is it relevant for the mission of the funding agency? If it's not relevant to their mission, they keep it aside. Then is it achievable within the time frame And within the budget, the allotted budget, is there budget justification? What you have requested for, is it necessary? And justify what big reasons why I want to provide this. You have to give a justification and what you doing in the project. Then the PI and competency. Our WPI and the 50% required expertise. If don't have present prepare a proposal and recruit your friends. Just because we have the agenda, let us make proposal and share money. You must demonstrate competence. Then institutional capacity. Can your institution implement this project in terms of facilities, laboratories, and equipment? Then educated approach. Can the project generate tangible products that can be seen and measured that can influence society? That's where the potential impact comes in. What difference will your proposal make? How will it affect the life of the people? How will it change society? So, excellent client, fully organized, may score lower than the moderately innovative proposal that is well written and clearly aligned with funding agencies' priorities. So I have I got them from Tech Congress. When you look at that, you will see how points are allocated to different sections of the proposal. So what do? You look for where the points are heavy and you focus your attention on those areas. Not that every point counts actually, but you focus your attention on those areas so that your contract can come up. So this is the core of the topic. How the funding agencies the measure recovery is one proposal. Next slide, please. So I try to narrow it down under this subheading. So the major reasons are the non-compliance, its alignment, weak problem statement, lack of innovation, objective announcement, weak literature review, flawed methodology, unrealistic timelines, weak budget, poor impact, and M&E, poor team composition, and the ethic and risk gap. We are going to dissect these problems one after the other. So let's go. Non-compliance. This is 20 to 30% of the research proposal, even before they get to ethical research and scientific review. What do we have on that? We have wrong category for eligibility. You are applying for the under a wrong category. Example, telephone. Your research is on health. You are applying under HSL, humanities and social sciences. That is wrong. You can't get funded. Common violations. You are using incorrect templates. Everything what you do. And using required documents. You know, as academicians, we know too much. We've already a preconceived idea of what a standard grant proposal should look like. So when you see a grant proposal or you dive into it using your own format, that is wrong. You must align it with the format that the funding agencies have provided. There are submission errors. You are ignoring submission documents that is required to submit the proposal and all. So one overlook group can trigger administrative rejection. So how do we fix it? You read the core guidelines line by line before drafting. We have issues with reading. Our reading culture is very, very poor. Once you see a proposal that looks like what you are doing, oh, thank God, you jump into it. The call for the type proposal that should guide you as you are writing. You will run back to it and look at what the contact was and align it to what you are doing. Then you check the eligibility criteria against the organization first. Is my organization eligible to apply for this proposal? Is my university among the association of universities that they have had to apply? Then you use funders exact templates. In eligibility criteria, you know we are very restrictive. We always believe that our grade can cover that is for below 40 days. And when over 50, you are still applying and then praying for grace. Sometimes it works actually. I had an experience like that. So the next problem is misalignment with fundamental priorities. A genuinely strong project describes a language that doesn't connect with the fundamental mission at all. You are not speaking their language. You are not using their vocabulary. Let us take one for example. We are applying for that one. We write it like our normal academic proposal. It is not going to work. That one has specific languages. You have a specific language. You have to talk about the SDG. You have to talk about the socio-economic impact. You have to talk about the commercialization. How will we sell to the industry? Then you have to talk about how we solve the societal problem. Not sitting down in one corner and identifying the problem with Calabar and say, oh, let me apply. They are not going to fund those kind of problems. At the same time, going around the street for the geopolitical zones of the country to get co-investigators for a project that is located in Calabar, it is also not going to work. Then we have people that does not fit the call. They are calling for malaria drug. Yeah, they are calling for antimicrobial resistance. We are proposing for malaria drug. Then we have the recycling proposal. This one, it has worked before. Therefore, let me use it. I use it to get that one. Let me use it to get Bill and Melinda Gates. No, generally, no. There are two different funders with different priorities. So one funder writes projects. They are submitting an education project to a healthcare funder. The healthcare funder is looking for how to improve the healthcare. We're not talking about education. So you look for an education funder. So something that kind of proposal. So if it's here, how do we fix it? You study the core strategic objective and evaluation criteria, adopt the funder from vocabulary. In fact, you have to cut and paste. You have to cut and paste some of those in the introduction to the course, to line. Statement problem. The problem is statement of the problem, and we get justification. Statement of the problem is the foundation of your research proposal. If you have failed that, you have failed in. Funders expect a clear evidence-based description of problem, and it's significant. Not appeal to emotional statements. You don't appeal to emotional. You have to discover a problem, a particular need in the society to be addressed. So we have some forms of it. Describing a topic, not a problem. You are just summarizing literature and starting it without the definition of the ocean problem at hand. Insufficient evidence to justify the study. You expect to explain why now, why this problem, why this approach, why this population, and most importantly, why me? Why does it have to be me? Then we also have the limited relevance to funding priorities. We are referring to, they will say potential scientific policy and public health. You are just proposing say, let me say that this I did not write any proposal. Let me write something. And besides, most of us don't even write proposal to read. We write it just because we have to have a document to do A and B. That is the truth. You just want to have a rejection letter. Oh, so they are doing everything. Let me get a rejection letter. Call the funders rejection, they thank God. You carry it and I'm using to apply for them. But that's the truth. That's what we do. Year in, year out. So how do we fix this? Unify a real problem. Demonstrate urgency. Identify the knowledge gap and justify why research is needed, urgently needed. A typical example is now we are seeing some cancers that are found in middle-aged people now coming back to younger age group. What do you do? What is wrong? Why this? Is it the environment? Are we eating right? Those are the issues. You identify it. You go and look at what other people have done. Then identify another gap and then present it as a statement of the problem. A typical example, I have an example here. This study will pardon the people that are not in medicine. This study will address blood glucose level about diabetic patients and they need to hospital in Calabar. Problem treatment. So what problem do you want to solve? What is the problem there? Nothing. You just want to identify blood glucose level. And don't want to state identifying sensitive biomarker for any detection of diabetes. Could improve patient outcome, reduce diabetes costs, and support evidence-based national diabetes guidelines. That is a smart problem statement. Lack of innovation. Funding agencies prioritize projects that introduce new concepts, methods, technology application with potential for high impact. Under this category, we have the Me Too study, right? It is studies that have been done 1,001 times. Oh, they can do it in Morolo, let me also do it in Calabar and see what will happen. The people in Morolo and the people in Calabar are still Nigerians. Nothing really have changed. You are changing geographical location so that you look as if you are doing some duty, doing absolutely nothing. No new conceptual framework. You are using old theory to ask old questions. No new way of thinking about the problem. You are applying no new methodologies. You are using standard methods that everybody knows. No improvement, no adaptation, just like that. We know that blood glucose level is analyzed using the glucose oxidase method, nothing new. If we know that they have used in 1900, we are still using it in 2026. So if you have improvement, you tweak just one variable. Proposal is 100% there. Guarantee outcome. You know the ending of the matter from the beginning thereof. That is not research. Once the topic comes, anyone in the system will know where you are going to. And even though the result you are going to get, one time we don't put into a proposal. We sit down in our table and look at that from literature with you and present as a research proposal. That is correct, not correct. So how do we fix this? You clearly set the knowledge gap. That knowledge gap that you are trying to fill is your innovation. Move beyond standard description. Use evidence-based approach. Explain what is genuinely different about your method and context. Innovation doesn't even mean discovering new things. It's often applying a new existing knowledge in new contexts. So what of when we have innovation, they have done everything, it is not, they have not done everything. There are three gaps that are there for you to keep. Objectives are not one. Our objectives have to be measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Not specific. You are too set in what you are doing. You do not define who will do what, where, and for who. Not measurable. There is no complete metrics or quantifying the difficulty to score your impact. Nobody will be able to identify whether what you are doing you have been able to do it. Then not achievable is too big for the budget, timeline, and the resources that is allocated for you. Then not relevant. It does not align with the funders' goals and mission. Then time bound. There is no deadline for your objective to achieve your objective. So we objective describe intention. Smart objective describe measurable achievement. How do we feel this? You use action work, determine, evaluate, correct, and not you are not investigating anything, you are not deciding. So the specific about the population, you have to tell the contact, good people, good variables, good methods, and this is time frame for completion. Let's take another example. So study diabetes among patients attending a hospital. Objective, not smart. So let's look at a smartphone. For determining the prevalence of biomarkers for any mutation of movement, I want 300 atoms attending the ECTH between January and December 2027. We literature review. Our literature review is presenting structural argument, not a comprehensive of the starting this in 1950. The guy did it in 1950. Okay, did it in 2000. No, I want to do it in 2026. No text. Just like that. Then no clinical analysis, so evaluation. And sometimes when we do literature, we tactically select the ones that support our ones that whatever we agree, because we don't want anybody to raise eyebrows and say, oh, but this person will not agree with you. That is what we do as researchers. Then failure to identify knowledge gap. You don't identify knowledge gap, you don't compare problems, you don't highlight controversies, and explain limitation. That is where the novelty comes in. Then outdated or irrelevant citation. You use citations of 1900 to be writing a proposal in 2026. It doesn't make them. Then we use excessive textbook citation. Now we are in the AI age. You don't have to carry 1960 textbook to be coming to talk about what, except some methodology. Even the methodology are you modified over time. Then you don't justify the method. Your literature review did not justify why you chose the method that you want to use and the merit of the method. So that is that you use obedient references, organize around that, and defend, not chronology. You don't just say it is 1910, 1912, this and that way. You use obedient. You demonstrate not everything by explaining how your study and identify that. And then they will move directly to objective and methodology. Your literature is your argument in court. That is your argument, and they will not look at it and know that, oh, this person has any argument. And all that figure, project, design. You have bad methodology, you have bad science. You have unrealistic design equal to bad management. So, under the according you are using you use random control fire and then common service. Sam, let us consider that but they don't allow you get objective. You have a set of objectives, but you don't have a corresponding method to show how you achieve that objective. Using our own example, you want to determine fasting blood glucose with diabetes or glycemic control in diabetes. But in your methodology, there is so much of there that shows us that you are losing control. You are determining fasting blood glucose or glycemic control. In our project sample size or statistics, this was involved in the analysis or evidence to justify sample size. When you wish in methodology, you simply say, we will use SESS. Most of us don't even know the full name of SESS. You will use SESS. Full stop. Then, failure to decide quality control and ethical considerations. You want to work on human subjects and animal subjects. There is no statement to show ethical approval, informed consent, or data confidentiality. There is no contingency plan for potential challenges. In this one, once one problem arises, the project dies. Now you are working with an instrument in your lab, and the instrument breaks down. That is the end of the code. No planting. Every methodology will have contingency plan. Oh, I have a collaborator. I have another one in a community. Let us go and use their own and continue. So, provide a detailed reproducible method with appropriate statistical analysis and suitable work plan milestone. This methodology, you will go and writing the protocol. I am telling you the truth. You will not stop at write the protocol. 1 meal of meat is added to 2 meals of cake, and read as so and so will be. You have to practice yours in methodology. Then you do quality assurance and risk mitigation. What facilities that your collaborators have and exactly clearly demonstrated. All that is find out. Let's like all that is find out. Former corn deliverables are not dreams. They don't want dreams. They want projects that can deliver. How many people we have? Too many activities scheduled there. Simultaneously. You are scheduling major activities in parallel. You are doing ethical approval. You are doing sample collection, and you are doing analysis all together. It's hard to follow the sequence, one after the other. Meeting of very mindful, so very levels. Other people who have or organizing that together, you have there is no allowance for ethical approval. You are not giving a gap at all. Everything is back to back. Most people, if it's back to back, it should be nice. No students, all of them, we are running them in parallel. It cannot work. Then looking of very like you are the organizing person of activity, and the program cannot be planned that way. Then timeline is consistent with model and method. Duration is a consistent with a method, personnel, facilities, and funding. Now you have only 2 things, only 2 people in your team. Yes, you want to recruit 5,000 participants in 1 group. So, that is a need. You cannot achieve that. So, how do you do it? You sequence your activities, reality and not be parallel. You do a proper time for everything. Use a guide time to show milestone against time. Then you use backward line so that you don't cram the end. Then match the timeline to budget. And timeline demonstrate after planning and progress visibility. We budget and justifications. That is where the funders usually catch us. For financial planning decisions, confidence in project visibility. It's a different one. You have all your listing or 125 budget. Look at that. You budget $500 for a year of years. Then $2 million for a pilot study, a small pilot study, and another 20,000 without explanation, just because we are trying to be very funny. Inflated or pilot budget. You costs are inflated because of your budget is inflated above the market value. But of course, I don't know whether we think that good governments are also human beings are more good. Because of those and they call it experts. So before you even come down, they will do the current market value of what you are. Okay. Then we will get the essential cost and adding in the difficult cost. Let's and then cartons of alcoholic beverages so supply including the project meetings. Currently inflation, if you don't take all this as on the inflation, arithmetic errors, your budget not suffer. You have something and the something said different. Then no alignment on that rule. You are buying equipment when funders are requesting for consumables. Of course, they will not fund you. Make every cost directly to the activities and confirm connecting inflation. Four avenues, impact, M&E, chunk life. So what happens? Your outputs are vague, measurable, unmeasurable, and unrealistic. And your output you have the researchers will benefit. What is the researchers will benefit from? Nothing makes sense. Researchers will benefit. That's not an output. We impact. Society, progress is going. You are not there. Determination. I will share at the end of it, and that ends it. Now, this is reaching one to me. I don't even your thoughts. What do you say that? Then no sustainability project. The project ends and everything stops. Funders are looking at the potential for commercialization of the research grants. The potential for commercialization because that is why they will have a return on investment and money for money. How do you keep it? You learn scientific policy and societal impact. Give people, improve quality, micro, key performance indicators, and enhance share. And test what happens after the program. Ethics, skills, and visibility counts. If you have a great community plan and not just a software scientific design. So yeah, ethics are not addressed. You have not addressed the biosafety or environmental concern. No risk assessment and equity ignored. You organize a team of able bodied men, in case of men, the state law. You have to have equity. If you have those things, it would be nice to have very dependent and five women in the project. So this one is a red flag. You feel it by you take anyone confidentiality objective, very, very smart objective. And then apply a lot of methodology, do a competent complementary team, not organizing your friends. Prepare a activity justify budget, highlight measurable approach, improve monitoring, write planning, and review and revise before submission. If first we have a problem because if there is no review, we can because of the academic discourse about the factors. How will I know that my colleagues that are giving my project to review for me will not use it to do something else? That is the problem. And that is why when we write me, only me, and myself, you can't be able to respond immediately because of academic discourse. So this one is supposed to be a total another topic, but let me highlight it. Hallmark of the winning second national research fund. Why do I want to be hanging on second? Because it's our knowledge hanging fruit. The international one will align the methodology and the expertise, but this one is our own. And people have been winning it. Probably when we popular that is Magomago substance. I don't think that one is Magomago because I was there. It is not. I was there. I know what it takes to get it. So they all you have to address the national my chairman is signaling you. Collectively was number, evidence-based, scientific, people positive like impact-oriented, well-monitored, sustainable. Capacity building, this one has to include your post-violence and collaboration and above all, compliance. It has to follow quickly to get on guidelines. It is that for humanity. Our closing thought. A contracting proposal is a respective benefit. What the institution of some activities. Sponsors don't want the best science, rather, they want the best proposal for science that solves problems. When you are writing your proposal, you write for the reviewers, you write for the reviewers especially, and not for yourself. One way is important use your physical, your impactful, and here, understanding funding agency requirements is very important and also having a strong research idea. And when one of the encouragement to new systems, a word of encouragement. I tried. I got this on the things happened. Don't ever have out of the game of proposal writing. Keep writing until you win. This another way of thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. I think she deserves another round of applause. Please put your hands together for her. Representation of women to the number.
I just want to say a very big thank you to you, Professor Wosu. I am for bringing it down to thank you, and I believe that we set grounds from this. So,
this point, I'd like to, we are really virtual now, Professor Alice Asing. She be speaking to us on the intermanagement plan, project work plan, and timeline development. Are we virtual? Please let the audience and let focus. Thank you so much.
They have stopped the recording. They have stopped Zoom. They have stopped the Zoom. They have stopped the Zoom. So how do I present? They have switched off the Zoom. I've been online watching the presentation until they gave the person
It's
whatever.
true. The Zoom has stopped just now.
The Zoom has stopped. Okay, I'm online watching, waiting. The Zoom has stopped. There's somebody in Canada watching, so he has confirmed that the Zoom has stopped.
Okay, it has started again. Yep.
Okay, I think they are going to start all over, so I'm ready. I'm waiting. What happened? They have stopped. Huh? Okay. I'm waiting.
We cannot see the stage again, where everything is just blank.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Yes, you're connected now. It's back.
I'm in the place. I'm waiting.
Okay, okay. You soon be okay.
They should go back on Zoom. There are people watching online from some place, some other places.
Okay, Ali. The weather is cold. Okay, now you're almost on.
No, it's better.
Okay. All right, ma.
Okay. It's really raining seriously. My family, I didn't carry a man. You can you matumena. Good time. Mena kujon imen pa. Only remain na yige. Good afternoon. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, ma, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, there was a break. And they say it was raining there seriously.
Mommy, I think you can share your slide or something from your end.
Is my slide visible? Please.
Everything is black. We can't see anything, ma.
You know, I'm trying to share my screen. Let the organizers respond to me if they are seeing my screen, so I can continue.
We
Please,
can't see anything.
you can't see anything.
We cannot see anything anymore. We are not seeing anything anymore.
Okay.
Following from Abuja.
Okay. These are all the ones online now. I'm talking about the organizers. I am virtual too. I'm presenting from somewhere. They said
Okay.
there's serious rain there. I'm not
Okay.
around there. I'm somewhere else.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let's just wait. Hopefully the rain will subside. Thank you.
So it's blank too on my side. So I'm waiting. I expect them to respond.
It's okay. It's okay. No problem.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma, we can hear you, but the screen is blank. Everything is just, don't know what is happening, and the recording has stopped. Okay, the recording is back.
Okay, they say others are watching online and they say the recording has stopped. The same thing for me here. So please, from there, they had stopped from there.
Recording is back on now, Mom, but we can't see anything.
They say recording is back now. Yes. It's,
breakout session. So
It's not yet break time session, breakout session.
it's
There's
not
one more
breakout session.
presentation.
Other
There's one
people
more
are waiting
presentation.
online. There are many people online.
There's one more presentation before breakout session.
are you connecting?
It's from there, not only me, the same thing with every other person online. There are others that are online too.
It's the network. Network is
It's from there.
the weather is not having before again. So I'm suggesting that we go on to the breakout session for the hands-on and then we come back.
If you say you are going for breakout session, what will you use for breakout session when you have not heard how to prepare your plan?
That's why I wanted to take everything at once. But
I think that's the sensible thing.
is it connected?
Yes, now
Okay, are you connected now?
it's going off again. It has gone off again. They are trying to.
Okay. They don't connect. Okay. Okay, now we are doing our best here.
We are waiting. There are people online to waiting, like I'm waiting.
Okay, look.
Ma, have you tried to share your screen? Mommy,
Even on. They are not on at all.
everything just went back. The moment she stopped, the last speaker stopped presenting. Everything just went blank.
It's their fault from there. I think they say the rain there is very serious. It's raining
Oh,
heavily. So
Lord
whether it
Jesus.
has disrupted their recording.
Lord, I'll take control,
I
Lord
had sent the
Jesus.
recorded version. They couldn't open. It couldn't run, though it was running for you outside far. They say it couldn't run. I don't know.
It was running in session. You have to click each slide one by one. Each slide will speak on its own, speak for some specific minutes.
How do we make up for this session we are missing now?
It's not my fault. I'm a presenter. The organizer should say something. I'm expecting they should speak.
This session is necessary to complete what people will do at the breakout session. If not, the breakout session will not make sense. Ah, Lord God Almighty.
Okay.
Okay, we can hear you now.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's good that it started this way. So we have an issue that we will need to use as the beginning of our research for project funding. Good afternoon, everyone. I am happy to be here today to give my thoughts on what I have been asked to speak on. I'm happy to be here to give my thoughts first as a former secretary of National Association of Women Academics called NAWACS. And I know that such a gathering is a proof that determined women can make a huge difference. So I'll speak from three perspectives. Please, I hope I'm still audible.
Very, very audible, ma'am.
I mean, for others at the other end, I hope everybody's hearing me. Now, I had said why this presentation matters to me. I've given a little preamble, saying I'll speak from the perspective of a team member or leader on grant applications that were not successful. I would also speak from the perspective as a team member and a team leader on grant applications that were successful. And most importantly, I will speak as a current board member of an international grant funding organization. So next slide, introduction. Grant winning is not a wish. That's what I would like everyone to know. It is the result of concerted efforts and genuine interest in solving a problem or providing a crucial service. And I want to point out that sector-based competence matters, but compartmentalized knowledge is often the first step to proposal rejection. Don't think you are in your cocoon and whatever you want to do starts and ends with you. That form of compartmentalized knowledge is given way recently. We know that problems needing solutions across our university and environs are uncountable and often multifaceted. So contemporary research has shifted from compartmentalized work to interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approaches. We heard what the Vice Chancellor said in his presentation today when he opened this occasion. I'll take a real life example that moved from classroom problem to a real research grant. Someone was interested in studying early childhood education. And we know that this level of education shapes the future of any nation. And Nigeria has invested in access and quality, which is the focus of SDG 4. So this doctoral study examined how school feeding affects attendance, retention, and achievement at that level of education. But in the process of the doctoral study, a concern emerged. We know that school attendance is not just by what is provided in school. Hunger and malnutrition could confound the results. Even though school feeding was introduced to help meet SDG 4 goals, a gap in terms of quality was discovered. The school feeding program's protein contents fell short of its purpose. And I want to say here that we discovered that in that study for that PhD program, it was discovered that in some places, one egg was shed for 4 children. And that's a real problem. And so that school feeding program that was brought to solve a problem now became another problem. So we needed to do something. Next slide, please. Now, what was the outcome of that concern? we decided to build a multidisciplinary research team because we needed to sustainably enrich school meals with a cheaper protein source. And the solution required 6 fields working as one. We had people from education, people from nursing science, people from human nutrition and dietetics, fisheries and aquaculture, economics and marketing, as well as engineering, working together as a multidisciplinary research team. I know the focus of my presentation today for this workshop is about work plan, but it's good to know that you must understand your data and the risk involved before while you are doing your work plan, so you know how to organize your work plan sensibly. In this example I took, the data that we needed to generate was we needed baseline data, we needed survey and experimental treatment data. We needed social demographic and anthropometric data. We needed cognitive achievement data. We needed nutritional facts and microbial quality of the fish supplement we are proposing. And we needed to give the stakeholders information on processing, how we're going to process, package, and preserve. We needed all that data. And also, you need to know all the risk sorry, and obligations. Data ethics needed to be observed. Sorry. Intellectual property laws and regulations needed to be applied. We needed to be careful sorry, about the biases that could result from AI and AI hallucination, which can give you fake references and imaginary authors. The data coming from some studies are very large. So we have to do some data mining techniques. And this will call for multivariate analysis, sometimes beyond the ordinary bivariate and simple statistics that we know. So we go to the main discussion for today about project work plan and timeline development. In this regard, it's important to know that you need to develop 3 key documents. One is what we call the log frame. The second is the Gantt chart. And the third is the budget. So what's a log frame? A log frame looks at the objectives, the task, the outcomes and impacts of your project, and they must be logically linked. Please, I hope I'm still audible.
To me, yes. It's from my end.
Okay. What does the Gantt chart contain? It's a graphical and chronologically arranged view of every activity and the timing as it has to do with that project. And then the grant budget is an itemized and defensible costing of the entire plan. It has to be itemized and it should be defensible. Now, let's get orientated with what we are talking about here when it comes to project work plan, because that's what you're going to use when you break out to sessions. This is a document showing the expectations, the stages, the schedules, and expected outputs and outcomes that can be quantified for a given project. There's difference between output and outcome. Outputs may be, in this example we took, something like class attendance, school attendance from school register, from diaries within the school. But outcome will be if we look at the rate of completion after a period of time. That's like a long-term something. So this project work plan is what tracks progress, and it flags when scope or budget drifts beyond what you had set. The beauty about project work plan is that it will guide against avoidable failure. When things are not going as scheduled, you will know if your work plan is what it should be. You will know. It will tell you that you have drifted too far. Most importantly, a project work plan makes accountability to funders easy and transparent. Everybody sees what has been documented is possible to follow through. Now, we also have the timeline. Now, the timeline for the project is best developed as a Gantt chart. How do we go about that? By working backwards from the proposed dates, end date, to the takeoff date of the project. I'm going to the next slide. Let's see the steps that we need to take in building our log frame and our Gantt chart. You have to break, every project has a goal. You must break that goal. Goals are not measurable, but objectives are. So you break the goal into SMART objectives. What do we mean by SMART objectives? As we have already heard before, these are objectives that are specific. They are measurable, that you can quantify. These objectives are attainable. They are relevant to what you're doing, and they are time bound. You don't run it forever. Identify tasks for each objective, respecting temporal order, what we call cause before effect. You cannot go to JS2 when you have not gone to JS1. There are things that come before others. We call that temporal order. Now, state the expected outcome or deliverable per activity. Each activity must have something that you show that that activity had been done in the short term or the long term. Link each activity to a short-term output, like I had said, and a long-term impact, because you're not just doing project for now. It starts this month and ends the next month, and you walk away. Now, you have to set the expected time period for every activity. It could be in weeks, months, or year. If you look at what I have listed on that slide, 1 to 4 forms what we call the log frame, while step 5 is referred to as the Gantt chart. The next slide. In an actual proposal, I'm going to look now at steps 1 and 2, where we're going to define scope and talk about stakeholder buy-in. Now, in terms of defining the scope of your project, this is the boundary the researcher sets, a list of what the project must include as evidence that the goal has been achieved or the project completed. I heard when the keynote speaker was talking about stakeholders. Why do we need buy-in from stakeholders? These are those that have a stake in what you're doing. And if you do not have their buy-in, that is in terms of support, the project can be frustrated. Some stakeholders are the project manager, the project team members, project sponsor, project implementation committee, the one we call the PIC, and the business analyst. Now, we looked at steps 1 and 2. I'm looking at step 3 and 4. Project. Structure the work and then set the budget will be our steps 3 and 4. How do you structure your project? Now, here we have deliverables. we have milestones. If you're going from one city to another, one town to another, one state to another, there are things along the way that will tell you how near or how far you are from getting to where you want to get to. Those things in program development and evaluation, we call them milestones. So you must structure your work so that the deliverables, the milestones, and dependencies, what should come before another, what should be done to enable that something else is done and done successfully. So you create a listing of every bit of activity necessary to accomplish the project scope. And this, what you have done now, becomes a guide for the whole team and they work from it. So people don't digress and do what they think they should do. Now, the next thing I'll mention here is set your project budget. Here, you break down every goal into tasks. So you don't want to miss any aspect unfunded for. I had already said get stakeholder buy-in in terms of the number, so you don't have unnecessary arguments. Then itemize as much as possible. Don't use one cap fits all. Oh, in the last project that I did from these funders, this is what I did. It doesn't work that way. Different funders have different conditions. Some grantors permit a fixed percent or percentage for institutional oversight. For instance, Third Fund will allow a certain amount to your institution so that they can use it to provide oversight function to ensure that the project is delivered on time and delivered well. But some organizations wouldn't do that. So you check what happens in terms of the organization you're applying to. So don't, like I said here, don't use one cap fits all. It doesn't work in proposal, in grants for every organization. Next slide. Next slide, please. I decided to say here that a well-funded proposal starts here when it comes to budgeting. Because if what you're looking for doesn't sit properly in terms of budgeting, you may get rejections upon rejections. Remember, I had passed through there. So I may be able to speak from failure to success and then to the ability to be able to look at documents and be able to say no and yes. So I'm putting before us here as a body certain things that you want to do when it comes to your budgeting. I say budget everything, every item, personnel cost, travel, every expense must be accounted for. I've been somewhere looking at a defense of a proposal, and somebody said we went to a village and the hotels where we stayed, they had no receipts. So we couldn't get. So how would you now retire that money? So you would need something to be written and signed to show that money was expended in that aspect. So budget everything and get everything receipted for. I'll also say use official rates. Apply the official central bank rates. We are in Nigeria talking for foreign currency funding. Don't use black market price. Say, well, if I go, I may not be able to buy it at the official. Please use that and make sure you cost reasonably. A budget is an estimate, but it's good to make the estimate realistic. Do not say, I'm going to buy a pack of pen for 100,000 naira. Anywhere in the world, prices can be found out from anywhere in the world. So you can't say you are not in an island to say nobody will know. It is in Nigeria, things are so expensive. So I'm going to put my a pack of pen, this is what the cost is. So this is one way of preventing rejection, please. Most importantly, avoid miscellaneous. I started saying budget every item, itemize everything and put a cost. Even if you're going to pay courtesy visit to a village head for the purpose of buy-in, and it is understood in African culture that you cannot go to the village head without a bottle of something. So you may need to find out from an organization how that is done, but you need to cost it as part of the courtesy costs that you're going to do in terms of this particular study. So avoid the word miscellaneous. Miscellaneous means, oh, the money is too much. I do not know what to do with it. So I'm going to put it under this subheading that means nothing. Next slide, please. Now I'm looking at the outline of our schedule and timeline. A timeline and schedule are not the same. A timeline is a graphic, chronological view of all tasks, their due dates, the dependencies, the assignees, who is doing what and not doing what, and the scope. While a schedule is a list of forecasted dates for when those specific tasks you had listed. And it will also show the project milestones when it should be completed. So there are two different things. Now, but I'll give you the tips for building both your timeline and your schedule. I had already mentioned before now that for success, start from the deadline and work backward to ensure everything lands on time. This project is 2 years, 6 months. You start from the due date and work backwards. Now build what we call WBS. If I was speaking to technical people in project planning and monitoring. But work WBS means work breakdown structure, where tasks are sequenced and dependencies are visible so that we know how these tasks will be followed and followed through successfully for us to say we had followed our timeline and we are not gone out of our schedule and we are still within scope. Use Gantt charts. And remember, in Gantt charts, some activities run sequentially. We have to train people to produce fits before we can even try those fits in real situations. So we must have these activities that run sequentially, but some others run concurrently. For example, monitoring and evaluation can go alongside data collection. So you don't need to create a different document for your, or a different timing for your monitoring in your Gantt chart. I had given slides. I had also given these presentations, but please back to the previous slide. I'd given those, at the end, I think the organizers will let you have everything. I'm gracious enough to let you have everything, even if there are 3 different sets. Now we go to this slide now. I took this as a worked example for the multidisciplinary research that a project that I looked at. The budget looks like this. It is $6,500 US. But every objective that we listed that came from the goal is tied to a deliverable, and it is a costed activity. Remember, we started from stakeholder consultation and buy-in, and we may go through all the work to the point of publication because some funders require that you publish the finding of your research as part of the requirements, and it is funded. And then because it gives them publicity, it also shows what they are doing. And it will also show that you have done something reasonable. So you cost everything. And you have seen there some different amounts there for different things. I'm not saying yours has to be like this. It can even be anything smaller or bigger, depending on the funding margin for the organization allowed. Next slide. I would like to say at this point that a good idea can still go unfunded. Your idea may be very, very good, but may not be funded. Why? Wrong fit. The idea may not sit within the specializations a given organization funds. For instance, Spencer Foundation funds has small grants, it has large grants in education. You cannot just pick a project from anything from somewhere and submit to Spencer Foundation because you know they are funding this. Some are for health, some are for agric, some are cross-cutting. So you must know that what you are writing or what you're working on or your interest fits. So if the fit is wrong, you may not get funded, even though the idea sounds right in your head. Now, another reason is there may not be an explicit exit, what we call exit plan. You have not explicitly stated a sustainability plan after the project life cycle. So do you just want to get the money, do something, at the end, the thing dies? Some agencies insist that you must state your sustainability plan. And if that is not seen, that may be a reason why a project can go unfunded. Now, another thing is that remember, so don't feel too bad, that a proposal that is not funded by one organization may still be funded by another. So you need to look well and make sure you are in the right place at the right time. I'll go to my conclusion by saying, from my own perspective, that I'm calling for a shift in mindset to this organization for grant funding. I had walked through data management. I'd looked at a project work plan. I'd looked at timeline development and the grant budget, and the reasons a strong proposal can still miss funding. But I'm suggesting here, from my own side, that we may need to start small and grow big. What do I mean? We have been doing crowdfunding for campus activities, but we can do this for workable university access projects. What do I mean? We work with students at different levels, and these students are full of energy. We can challenge our students, even if it means students' competition, identify problems affecting the university. They are always using AI. Use AI to explore solutions. Look at the problems we encountered today. Within the same environment, using Zoom platform, can we not have a meeting platform dedicated to us, that we may not pay all these outrageous subscriptions that we pay? Students can do anything they want to do. We challenge them. Let them prove to us. One student came to me once and said, I developed something from my this, and the supervisor said he wants to buy it off me for some certain amounts. For such a student, we can encourage. You work with such students and make sure what they're doing is workable. And then, but let them be able to defend it before a panel successfully. If those things are workable, they become university funded projects. And if we are saying now, where do we immediately get money to fund this and do this? I had said we have been doing crowd funding for activities within university, and somebody commented there is something very good. We can extend it to these projects. And then when we fund and we see it comes out well, it's workable, it's something that eventually can be patented or something that we can enlarge on a bigger scope, it may now become our university project. This way, if we do this, the organization will grow together, the university grows together. We have larger funding from things that have come from within. I've seen it in other places. I've seen it in other places. It happens. I don't want to mention institutions, but it does happen. I started enjoying all those benefits of getting funding, even as a PG student. So those things work. It starts by internal funding, and then it becomes larger and becomes global. So we can grow together and have greater institutional reputation, and then we be seen in the limelight. Thank you. Last slide. Thank you so much. Can have questions and discussions when you go to your breakout sessions. Thank you so much.
You know,
This is going to be part of please. You are going to split into
Victory. Over ice. Itaso. Victory. I see. Okay, victory. I see. There's another bomb here. All sections. So all the sections we are going to do, you should go to put everything down. Have your A4 paper. Here. So please go to your breakout places right now. Yes. Your share your family so that I can doing it here, you'll be doing it in your book there. I'll be demonstrating you doing it there. And then I'll come down to check what you're doing. So here that means my session facilitator will come and continue because it is from start to finish today. Please meet yourself up. Meet yourself up. Huh? Here's the number. Some can be 5, 6, 10. They have different research topics. Let them bring it there. Everybody has a research topic. We are working on research topics now. Hello, this is not the time to go. Can we break out into different groups? So that we can put on topics that we can work on. 5, 6 people form a group, 10 people form a group. Please, go closer together. Big 5 persons, big way. Another group can come this way. Thank you very much. I should believe that so you look at the board, you see what is on the board. We've already stated our learning outcome, and then the next thing we are looking at is that research formula. That's the first thing we are looking at. We say that most proposals are rejected within the few pages. Not because the research is poor, but because the proposal fails to convince reviewers that the problem is important, timely, and worth solving. So, look down. If these four sections are weak, the rest of the proposal really matters. And what are these very questions and proposal sections that you must look out for? We said number one, we have the background. What is all about the background? What is the problem? In your background, you should be able to state what problem you are about to solve. Your problem statement. Why is this important? Your objective, what exactly will you do? And then finally, your literature review. What is already known? So you're going to be a real example, a project of you. Please think of one now about yourself. For instance, I brought out the project topic. I said the design of an AI-based smart waste management system for Nigerian universities. That is just what I am using as an example. So I ask you now to find a project topic for yourself in the individual group. So you can see, like we said, we're looking at the rules, research formulas. The first one we have here is the golden rule of background writing and objective. So in your background writing, there are what golden rules you must follow. Your background formula, we say have what in your paragraph, it must have what global object. So that means the first thing is when you start writing, you start with the global object. That's very problem you're dealing with. The next step is you move down to your national context. The first paragraph moves down your specific problem. The fourth paragraph moves towards your research gap. And then your move to the proposed solution. This is your background now. Your objective formula. Already we have learned that we must be work smart. So look at what the SMART principle. In your SMART principle, remember the state must be what? Think, measurable, achievable, relevant, time bound, where appropriate. Let us examine the relationship. So your practical exercise 1. Like we said, to narrate the background. You have minimum of 400 words in your background. So please, you should have you have your laptop, you have your phone. Please start writing. Like I said, first is that you start from what the global context. Any problem you are addressing, how is it being seen globally? And then you come down to the African background. Then you come down to the national, the Nigerian context, the local context, back to the university. That is where our background is going to flow. And then in your number 2 task, you said, write one general objective, one sentence only. That is your general objective must be one sentence only. Then you should have 4 or 5 specific objectives. Beginning with action verbs such as assess, investigate, identify, design, develop, evaluate, or validate. So now to check whether each specific objective answers the following questions, see your credits. Just as you're doing it, your choice will be what? But begin with an action verb, your objective. Is it specific or clear? Can it be measured or evaluated? Does it address the research problem? Remember, you have a research problem. Is it achievable within the project period? So a reviewer should be able to read your objectives and immediately understand what you intend to accomplish. If tips are about, the reviewer will assume your entire project lacks focus. And that is why you see that in the first 2 sentences, after they read your work, they just drop it and say, this one doesn't matter. Because the work is too broad, not limited, not focused. Then this takes us to the literature review. Like we said, literature has a formula. And then look at our formula. Let's review literature, author by author. If they organize it by themes. So in that funny title, you have organize, pick out 4 or 5 things from your title, and then organize your literature according to what themes. What is already known? What are researchers currently doing? What are the limitations? What remains? How will your study fit? That is organized. The literature should not tell reviewers everything that has been published. You should not tell them why your research deserves to be funded. For a grant proposal, the literature review is not a chapter like a thesis or textbook. It should be focused, critical, and persuasive. Its purpose is to convince reviewers that you understand the current state of knowledge. You know what has already been done. You have identified a genuine gap. Your proposed research is innovative and worth funding. Oh. Okay, let's go back. Have you got the title? Have you all got your title? Next slide. Then we'll go and go around the hand from practical. All right. So for your practical templates, please look at the board. If your objectives do not address the identified problem and gap, reviewers will question the relevance of your proposed study. So use a one-page worksheet with the following points. So that's focus your holding. This is a worksheet. That is the template. Your research title. The second should be the background, and then you follow suit. Your global context, your national context, your local context, your problem, the research gap, proposed solution, and then number three, you should look at the general objective. After you wish your specific objective and then your literature review. So look at that. This is how it should follow. Then you will get down to your methodology and then your expected results. Next slide, please. Use your own research topic, the activities, which is now the activity time. Use your own research topic. Each participant should identify recent journal article published within the last 2021 to 2026. Now, look for it now because we want to show you how we can write a group literature review. When we say you do the literature by team, not by author. That is why we say look for at least 5 research articles so that we can use it to show you how you write a good literature review. Completing this table. So look at that. This table should be your guidance. Author, funding, limitation, and research gap. So after completing this table, answer what team emerged across these studies. What limitations are appeared most often? What important issue has not yet been addressed? How does your proposed study address this gap? So this is time for our activity. Finish. Thank you very much. And come down now so that we can go around and do the needful in both your background, your objective, and your literature review. Thank you very much. Hello. Hello, ladies. 10 minutes to develop your work. She's going to be going, our facilitator is going to be going around to check what you have done, the progress you have made. Don't be ashamed if you've done nothing. No, from topic at least, find out some objectives that you think that the topic will address. Okay, what is the major problem that you've identified with that topic? Yes, we know that. We know.
something that would win a grant. Because the vice chancellor is interested in knowing how many grants will be run from this training session. So we need to show up here. Please. Thank you.
Okay, for instance, let me give you an example of the background. Example of the background. Like I said, the design of AI-based smart waste management system for Nigerian University. So, here is my own research study. Now, what do I do? That is the title. So, what should be my background now? I said, you look at what the global issue. And you said that the government should what? Answer the question, should anyone care about this problem? And then we come back to the content. Content should be reduce to demonstrate an understanding of the regional content. So what is the regional content of this very problem that I solve? That is the next paragraph. Then the question that we come to Nigeria. What kind of problems are we having that have to do with waste management in Nigeria? And then the next paragraph, we come down to the University of Calabar. We have to study this in the University of Calabar. What problem are we having in waste management in the University of Calabar? You identify the gap there. That is, so this is now based off what your background, the background of the study. So once you are able to coordinate your two this way, your background becomes very strong. Are we together? Maybe my objective. Background, my objective, the first objective here I said. Okay, now, see how I found my first general objective. I said, to develop and evaluate an AI-based smart waste management system for improving waste collection, segregation, and environmental sustainability in Nigeria University, using the University of Calabar as a case study. Yes. Any question? And then now go to the several other objectives. So, like I said, you now put your specific objectives. And here, you can hear from very topic that to accept the current management practice and challenge at the University of Calabar. And you see, answer a wide question. Also, specific objective to answer a wide question.
Well, it is somebody going wrong, taking the names of group team leads and their phone numbers. Please, we expect every group to open a WhatsApp and work on their group topics because we're going to be held accountable. So there is somebody coming to take the name and numbers of every group lead, and we will be tracking to see if what we have learned today, we have brought out grants from it. Are we okay with that? Okay. So the different things and Matthew friends have told us will be dropped on the WhatsApp group. I think it's easier to track that way. So we'll listen to the second person's presentation. So what will happen is that we will hold the team leaders responsible for these group things. And then thereafter, we will have another meeting to see how far these groups have gone.
Can I have your attention? Hello, I know we'll not listen again. Hello. So I'm going to take a very important section of this work. I think many people have not talked about the methodology. So I'm going to do the methodology now so that we can begin to think about what methodology is most appropriate for our work. Can I have my slides on? So I'll do a 10-minute presentation. I cannot give you everything here, but I'll try to do an overview. Okay, so I'm using this outline. At the end of this session, this next slide. Hello, when I go around, don't tell me you did not hear. Hello, women. So at the end of this presentation, we should be able to develop a third-form compliance research methodology. We should be able to select appropriate research designs. We should be able to write clear and logical methods. And we should develop a realistic, they've spoken a lot about my presentation, develop a realistic work plan, prepare a feasible project timeline using a Gantt chart, and common mistakes we should, or common we should avoid while developing our proposals. So by way of introduction, the methodology is actually the backbone of the proposal. Someone said, one of the speakers in the morning said, yes, it's good to have a good research, identify your research gap, but with a very weak methodology, that project will not fly. That proposal will go nowhere. So the methodology for me, I call it the blueprint. It's the blueprint of the work. I'm not talking about material and method here. Hello, I'm talking about, please let us just suspend the group activity and just listen to me. So we are talking about methodology, the why and the how. Why do you do this? How do you do this? And all of that. And then the methods, which is subsumed in the methodology, is what, how are we going to do it? Please. So a weak method, a strong methodology should demonstrate scientific rigor, feasibility, I think we've spoken about all of those, credibility, reproducibility. So I can take your methodology in Calabar and use the same methodology in another state and get the same results in the same population. Hello? And your methodology must be able to answer your research questions. Don't bring a methodology that at the end of the day, you cannot answer the research questions that you've set out. A weak methodology results in proposal rejections, as well as a poorly articulated problem statement. I sit on the ethics committee, so I know what we see. Once I smell a weak methodology, that proposal has to be done again. And that's one of the reasons why, so you finish and you come and we see your methodology is weak. You cannot pass. You can pass with a strong problem statement, but the methodology may be very weak and it will not answer the questions. So an epidemiologist, if there's anyone in the room, look for biases in the methodology. That's our work. So I'm going to be a bit biased towards the sciences and the humanities because I'm a public health physician, I'm a community physician. So the objective will be to convince, the objective of a good methodology is to convince the reader that the research design methods of analysis will correctly address the research problem. And you have to impress upon the reader that the methodology chosen are appropriate for the specific topic. Please know, from your topic, I already know what design that you should use. If you bring a big design, I'll say no. Hello. Please, can we just listen to me? Okay, so a sound methodology is very clear. They mentioned all these things in the morning. I think Professor Augusta, sorry, she mentioned and she stressed on all of this. A sound methodology is clear, follows a systematic flow, and it has a step-by-step plan for achieving your objectives. It establishes for those in education a structured theoretical and methodological framework on how, and it explains, like I said, the how, the why, the when, the where, and by whom this study will be conducted. It ensures transparency. Once you're ambiguous in your statement in the methodology, we flag it. You must tell us who is doing what, how many people are doing what, your research assistant, who are your research assistants? What qualification do they have? Don't have to yourself because they don't want to pay. They say, please come and help me collect data. So you must ensure that everything you're doing is transparent. You can reproduce your data and you can, and whatever you're doing has internal, in public, I would say internal validity. Okay? And then you must, I think they mentioned this a lot, You must align the research question with appropriate method. So for every research objective, you must have a design to answer that. At the point of conceptualization of your methodology, I want to study to determine the prevalence of hypertension among female academics. Is an objective. I want to explore their beliefs, their opinions about the workshop. What kind of methodology, what kind of study design would I use? Who has education? I want to explore the thoughts, the beliefs, the perceptions of female academics about this workshop. What? So everything is a survey. We want to listen to me. I said we want to where are those in sociology? Where are those in humanities? I want to explore their perceptions, their thoughts. Yes, the qualitative thought. If you tell me survey, I'll say no. Wrong design. So I want to know their perception, what they think about it, and what feedback they want to give us as a committee. So that kind of, you're not going to use question, you're going to use an interview. You want to know what their thoughts around it is and how you can improve. Okay, so qualitative will best said that. I just wanted to stress on that a bit. So, next slide. So I think Augusta has mentioned all this. Competitive grant applications would emphasize all of these things I've mentioned. Scientific, I'm going to explain what they mean. When they say scientific rigor on the checklist, they mark you wrong. Feasibility. Can I actually carry out this study with the resources we have? When I talk about resources, the man, the money, the material, the time, 4 N's. You know, we know 3 N's is now 4. Within the time allocated for this research work, am I able to carry out this study based on what you have presented in terms of methodology? You must talk about innovation a lot. Everybody is looking for something new. Ethical integrity, very, very important. Ethical integrity, if there's no ethical integrity, your work will drop it. So there must be consent. When you're doing qualitative study, when you are audio-taping people and having interviews, consent first. I did an interview in WHO some years back, and they said, man, off the tape recorder now. I don't want this one to be heard. And you must obey them. Okay, so there's some information that they don't want you to record. And you don't say, oh, you're not hiding on your phone, let me not record this thing. You must show them that you have stopped recording, and then you continue and tell you what you want to hear, okay, or what they want to tell you. And then you must choose appropriate statistical methods. So by the time you're designing your study, you know the variables involved, you know what possible statistical method you should adopt. And then, very importantly, I think Augusta mentioned it earlier, and Matt mentioned it, risk management. You should tell us the potential risks. For instance, we may not have enough, like she said, to give an example, we may not have enough reagents in our lab, so we can use another lab, but what we have may not last. So you must already look for possible limitations, possible things that will become a threat to your study. You must identify it. Every reviewer likes researchers that are truthful. Don't say everything will be perfect. Okay? You might go to a community and you will not get people to attend to you. So an issue may be identifying risk may be community selected a communal clash. So we move to another community. So things like that you anticipate. And then realistic implementation plan. So whatever you're using as we will show you must be realistic. So what does Ted Fund expect? So that was for computer. What does Ted Fund expect? So I think I've mentioned all of that, except addressing national problems. Ted Fund wants you to align your research with national priorities. National priorities. They have their priority areas. Don't just write, let me just write. Please. What if you're in the health sector? What are the problems in health? And you cannot write anything in health or the sciences without actually talking about the SDGs. You can't. how does whatever they want to fund, how does it help address SDG1 or SDG2 or whatever? Please, that is where you have a compelling justification. And then capacity to, okay, we said that value for money, I think somebody mentioned earlier. They want to see value for the investment. They look at you as an investor. They are investing their resources in you. What is the value? What are you bringing to the table? Are we together? Hello? What are we bringing? We are giving you money. What value are we getting back? And then everybody wants a realistic implementation plan. So what do I mean by scientific rigor? There are three main components in scientific rigor: your neutrality, consistency, and applicability. Three things. So it's when we say scientific robustness, like I said one report, I said the methodology was not robust enough. Okay, so neutrality simply means the robustness of research method against bias. The researcher does everything possible to identify possible sources of bias. That is the neutrality. It makes measures taken to avoid bias in an elaborate way. Please, one person cannot take measurements for 50 people. When you can have 2 people independently taking measurements and then they take the average, you're shown the reviewers that, yeah, one person, even when we do surgery, say two surgeons will do it, or one surgeon will do all the surgery. There must be some effort to reduce bias. Okay? Findings obtained because influenced by other confounding variables. I can't go into that now. So another component of scientific robustness is consistency. I've talked about repeatability, reproducibility. Okay, so you get the same results if your methodology is clear, systematic, logical, and has scientific rigor. So you get consistent results if applied across different settings. And then the applicability refers to the degree which the finding can be applied. So 3 components of scientific robustness. And then for justification of methods, don't just write, I want to use this method, I want to use this design. You must tell us why. Hello. Choice of design. I am using this design because. Please don't just talk about, I want to use a cross-sectional descriptive design. I want to use something. So I'll just say wrong. What sampling? You must tell us, why are you choosing this sampling technique? Why am I using this sample size formula? All of that you must tell us the why. The laboratory methods for the people in the lab, statistical tests, analytical models, and all of that. Feasibility looks at, next slide quickly. Feasibility looks at all of this. When we say feasibility of your work, please pay attention to these things. Availability of particular equipment, competence, that's one area I look at. Competence of the research team. I like what the engineer did. She just said we must be multidisciplinary. Everybody is looking for different people in, different disciplines in one research group. Everybody is looking out for that. But the competence is very important. And then realistic timelines, all of this are components of feasibility. Quality assurance, very, very important. This is another very important area. Am I pre-testing my instrument? Everybody wants to see you do some quality assurance checks. It should be a subsection in your methodology. Training of research assistant, like I said before, you must tell us what degree the research assistant has. Don't bring primary school children, okay? And then you must tell us that you train and supervise your research assistant, not just training. Okay, some people train, they leave them, they go under the tree and film data for you. So you must train, please listen to know. I've seen all kinds of people spend money, gave research assistants, they went to the field, sat under a tree and filled their questionnaire for us. By the time you come back, they wasted your money, they wasted your time. They're giving you rubbish data. And once I see that kind of data, I know. Please, if you're writing for a take-home grant or any serious grant budget, be sure that you must monitor your research assistant. Don't leave them and say, let them be going. As they collect the results, you should be looking at this. Hello. People want money by all means. You sit under the tree, fill 500 questionnaires for me. And I say, what have you done? you have to pay money again to do the thing again. So standard operating procedures, people in the lab, data verification, all of this, you must make an effort in your research application to note some of these quality checks that you put in your research endeavor or research proposal. So this is our methodology checklist. I think every department, every faculty adopts this. Is there anything different? Because all the methodology is methodology. Abi? Yeah. Hello, ladies. It's almost the same thing. Okay. So this is the checklist. I think I've talked about some things. And I think engineer has talked about, next slide. Engineer has talked about, and Professor Rita has also spoken about how we move from. But let me dwell a bit. Study design. Okay. So we don't waste too much time talking theory. Next slide. Detailed description. So we want to see detailed descriptions of all these sections. Study setting, we are going to go through them in detail. Next slide. Okay. So the study design. The study design is a very important area because once you have the wrong study design, every other thing goes wrong. In education, what's the common study design that you use? Where the education, people in education. Okay, so what do you use? There's one house, so expose factor. Expose factor. Quality experimental, excellent. Okay, and humanities. Humanities. How many people use mixed method studies here? Mixed method, sociology, and okay. And then in the quantitative, we have two methods of the design, the qualitative and the quantitative. In the quantitative, we have two groups. Who knows? This one is revision. Observational and what? I want to be sure I'm talking to people that will do the same kind of thing. Observational and experimental. Under observational study design, what do we have? Descriptive and what? Analytical. People pay me for this lecture. Under observational, we have what? Descriptive and under descriptive, what do we have? Hello, this was a revision. Under descriptive, what do we have? Cross-sectional is a descriptive, and cross-sectional can be an analytical study design. Under descriptive, what do we have again? Have you heard of case report? Okay, that's for the people in medical. Case report, case theories. Okay, so that's under descriptive, and then we have ecological studies. For people in languages, so there's ecological study where you study a whole group. So you go and study all the epics in the geographical area. That lady that presented talked about languages in, I think it's a second language in some groups. So they can apply an ecological study. Under the analysis, let me just make it clear so that we understand. I'm not going to leave this hall telling me survey. Under cross-sectional descriptive, the aim is to formulate a hypothesis. You are formulating. So you're telling us who is involved, when, and how. So who are people involved, when, where. So time, place, and person. Under analytical, what are we doing? We are testing the hypothesis. Testing. We are putting that hypothesis. What is the hypothesis? A scientific guess. That's what they talk about in primary school. Now we are testing it. Who knows the examples of analytical studies? Have we heard of cohort study? Where people in public health? Have we heard of cohort study, case control study? So, and then cross-sectional analytical study is under analytical descriptive study designs. Okay? So we go to which group now? Experimental. We have the randomized control trials. If it's not a randomized, what are the three features of a randomized control trial? When you say this is a true experiment, as against a quasi experiment, it's good to know it and be clear. So a true experiment has three things. One, today I will teach you now to be better. One, a control or a comparative group. Two, Randomization, that's the main thing. So when we as reviewers look at the randomization and we see that you don't understand, they will leave you. And then the last one, manipulation. As different from the observational study, now you are introducing an intervention. You are introducing something, and you want to compare within the cases and the controls and tell us whether that intervention works. Somebody wants to introduce a peer education package, maybe for women with breast cancers. Okay, she has introduced an intervention. When you talk about observational study, you are not simply observing, you're not doing anything. Once you start manipulating, you have entered the realm of what? Experimental studies. But you should know which one you are actually using. There's the pseudo experiments, there's what? The RCT. So we have randomized control trial and randomized or pseudo experiments. You don't play on that small. Okay, but it's good to have that clear distinction of what is what. And then when we want to test evidence, we want to say what is the cause of these problems. The entire study design on the hierarchy is what? Alex. The randomized control trial. It's top of the hierarchy when you talk about study designs. Because you want to establish causality. You cannot tell me you want to do cross-sectional and establish causality. Are we together? Today I'm here for you. Are we together? Okay. So we've spoken a bit about, so cohort studies, we have both, who knows about who has done a cohort study here? In real life, not Magomago cohorts, I've seen all sorts. Who has done a cohort study? What do we start with? So in case control studies, you start with those that have the disease and you follow them up to look for the exposures. You go back into their history, case control. But in cohort, you're starting from where? Those who have the exposure, and you're following them up till you get what's the outcome. Maiden? Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to just talk. They said methodology is methodology. Okay, so mixed method. Who have people that are in the mixed method realm? Yeah. Hello. Okay. She said I'm talking to only public health people. So in the mixed methods, we use what? Okay. So who does mixed method? Humanities, sociology, and who? Education. You have to. So in this method, we are combining what? Quantitative and excellence. In the quality, when you say mixed method, when you say design, don't write mixed method study only. You say mixed method, either explanatory sequential or exploratory sequential, or you're using the convergence method, convergence parallel. What do I mean by that? For the explanatory sequential, we are doing what before what? Explanatory, we are doing the quantitative and then we without do the qualitative. Are we together? I want us to have this clear. Don't write mixed method study, I'll say wrong. Mixed method, exploratory sequential. Who knows how we do that? The qualitative research happens first. After which you now, the qualitative informs the quantitative. Please, are we together? In the explanatory, the quantitative happens first before the quality. And then the convergence, you're doing what? Both the quality and the quantity concurrently. Please understand that. If you are developing a new questionnaire and you want to ask questions, you use a quality before quantity. If you want to, let me go by we use explanatory. If you want to pull out, I just made a proposal yesterday, I'm trying to remember what she wanted to do. So if you want to pull out people that have a particular disease or something of interest, okay, you would have done the quantity first. You identify that subgroup with those problems in the quantity, and you now develop a quality. You now do your quality on that group. Don't go to committee and say, I'm doing qualitative study, I'm doing qualitative how. So you must understand the mixed method approach. Is it quality before quantity? Is it quantity before quality? Are you doing the two at the same time? For those that the mixed method apply to. I'm sorry I'm a bit biased for those that are non-health people. And then we have implementation research and all of that. So I want to quickly move so that. So in the topic that we developed, we start thinking of what design. Can we move fast? Study setting. So everybody, this one is for everybody now. We know how to write our study setting. The geography, what you have there, but most importantly, what? The characteristics of that setting relevant to the study. Hello? The characteristics of your setting relevant to the study. Okay, so if you're talking about HIV in Cross River State, for instance, you cannot talk about HIV without talking about the tourism potential and people coming into the state. We have an influx of visitors coming into the state, and we have carnival. All of this will be the reason why our HIV prevalence is up there. Okay, so things like that. We must talk about things around the study setting that is relevant to the setting. And then we have study population. This one is everybody knows study population. Okay? But most importantly, you have the eligibility criteria. One thing I have to say, I'm talking from plenty experience. So when you say eligibility criteria, the inclusion and the exclusion. Hello? Because the society will make it. So I'm going to include all those who consent, who give me written consent. In the exclusion, I'm not going to those who do not give written consent. Is it antonyms? So what you say you're including this group, don't put them in the exclusion. Are we together? Don't say, so the exclusion criteria is strictly for people that will constitute confounding. It just demonstrates to me that you're already thinking of potential confounders. So you exclude them early. Even have you heard of confounding variables? Yes. Ew. Please go and read those. We are doing multidisciplinary research today. Know about what happens everywhere. So once you do exclusion criteria, please, it's strictly for your potential confounders. Who are those that will bias my result? I remove them early. Hello? Okay. And then you tell us about your recruitment strategy. So sample size determination, all of these components, but who has not calculated sample size before? Which formula do you use so that in education, do we look at sample size? Okay, so everybody knows about sample size. And the one for every study design, there is a different sample size formula. Don't carry descriptive and put in RCT. Don't carry descriptive formula. Which other one do they call it? So again, I have a problem with that whatever. So for us, we were using it as an adjustment for population less than 10,000. When we calculate the normal samples, and we use that to adjust. So I now see people using that as a sample size formula. Does it apply in education arts? So it's an acceptable formula. Yes. Management, okay, excellent. So that's fine. But we were using it to adjust after we calculated, especially for population greater than 10,000 or less than 10,000, so that we adjust the sample size. And then who has heard of clustering? What's it called again? Hello. What other things do you incorporate in your sample size formula? They are very important things you must. Clustering effect, excellent. So we call that design effect. So you must adjust for it in the sample size formula. And then you must adjust for non-response. So conventionally, what do other faculties use? What do you use for non-response? 10%, 20%? 10%. Okay, so that's conventional. Some people, I don't know. Okay, so I won't go through that. And then data collection methods. So all of these things, you must explain. So when I say explain, you explain. When I say discuss all of this, pre-testing, reliability, we will look at all this. We will not look at all this. And then next one, we will look clearly at your variables. So you must, from the beginning of this, as you're writing that topic, you should know which one is your independence and your dependent variable. Is that common across disciplines? Okay, excellent. So you must know what the independent variable. So I'll come and ask you as I'm going around. So look at your topic. You should already factor out what is my independence, what is my dependence, what are potential confounding variables, outcome measures, all of this. And then your data management is very important. You must demonstrate in your write-up data coding, data cleaning, all these things. Confident. And please, very importantly, data security. Where are you going to keep this data? How are you going to secure the information? You know, things like that, you must spell it out. And back up. Nigeria. My students say, our laptop. What's the word is? Our laptop. Backup. Is it what? Flash. I said, you have backup. They say, no, man. Okay, and then we go to data analysis. People, they engage about statisticians to do data analysis. So I will not really go through, not for this workshop. Next slide so that we round up, please. I think I'll spend so much time, I'm sorry. Okay, so data analysis, depending on if you're doing a quantitative data analysis or a qualitative data analysis, because the qualitative people know about in vivo and Atlas TI. Okay, so if all of this, I can't teach it now, and then the ethical bits. So I've talked about quality assurance, I've talked about you must tell your funders, next slide, please, you must tell your funders how you intend to disseminate your findings. Very important. Am I going to share phase 3, and put a cost. Don't come five and say 500,000. Nobody wants sign me. Okay, I'm going to train research assistant. I will print stationery, this, that. After training research assistant, I'm going to do a pre-test. Like Maiden, you must work every activity. I got the charge card, complete. When I did a project with people from Norway, you don't write. I don't know when I just put my generator on, I post it. Because I'm doing their work. Okay, so cost your fuel, cost everything. Then they don't cost the first right thing, you cost it. Because you are the principal investigator, you're going to sit back and write that report, harmonizing all the things that everybody else has done. You must cost your time. Okay? Last but not the least. So what are key take-home messages? A strong methodology should be what? Logical. Don't tell me you're calculating sample size. So immediately after the sample size, you calculated it. The next thing is, how am I going to recruit? Sampling method. Not sampling method, then you say you calculate sample size after. Okay, so you have to have a logical flow. Scientifically sound, ethical, feasible, reproducible, well aligned with objectives, and supported by a realistic work plan and timeline. So thank you for your active participation. Great research. I leave you with these closing words. Great research begins with a great question, but successful grants are built on rigorous methodology, a realistic work plan, and a clear pathway to impact. Thank you very much for listening to me. I will share the slide with all of you, and you can use it as your cookbook for writing good research methodology. Thank you. So start work. Oh yeah. Propose methodology, at least let's just see. Okay. Thank you very much. It's been a long day. I think this one is the bottom part. Please, media, can you push my slides? Thank you. A lot has been said about budget, and I'm here to talk about budget preparation and budget justification. All right, please, next slide. Many excellent research proposals are rejected not because the ideas are weak, but because the budget fails to convince reviewers that the project is feasible, realistic, and financially credible. We've heard that over and over. And right from when the first speaker spoke, Professor Asim said a lot about it. Even our professor here, I think she has left, she did show us a template that everyone uses for scoring proposals. And in that template she showed us, I took note of the mark that is usually assigned to budget, and it was 20 marks. 20 marks is quite a lot, meaning that this aspect of your grant proposal is very, very important, and if you don't get it right, it can ruin everything. So in this segment, these are what we are going to learn. My focus today is on the principles and practices of preparing a robust, compliant, and feasible, defensible grant budget from the perspective of financial management
and accountability. And these principles cut across many funding agencies. Okay, next slide. So we are going to see this, my outline, what I'm going to be talking about. This next slide. Now, what is a grant budget? Ordinarily, we will say a budget is a quantitative plan that is put together to run an activity. And here they've spoken a lot, other speakers have spoken a lot about developing a proposal, right from your topic to generating your problem, your objectives. I think at this point, a budget comes in at the point when you have already developed the idea, you've come up with your objectives, and you have mapped out the activities that will allow you to fulfill those objectives. And those activities have financial implications, and that's why the budget comes in. So the budget outlines the activities to be funded, why those activities are important, and the expected results. And we have heard it over and over, your budget must be realistic, justifiable, and funder compliant. Many of those who fund proposals, they also have a budget. Right now, the institutional-based research proposals are being received by the research unit of the university. I went there and I was told the ceiling is 4 million. So if they tell you it's about 4 million, and then in doing your own budget, you now come up with something like 10 million, the chances are that you may not get it because your budget is not realistic, it's above the requirement of the funder. So why does this grant budget matter? Your grant budget matters because it proves an alignment between your proposed activities and the funds you are requesting. It shows how you will utilize the funds if made available to you, and it reveals value for money. It also shows accountability and transparency. I heard when our professor here was talking about when you win a grant, that's not when to go and change your wardrobe. Yes, she said it because that is very, very true. And that has to do with accountability and transparency. So when our budgets are being screened, reviewers look at certain things. And because they are experienced, they are very experienced, they know how to detect when you are trying to deceive the funder, which is why we are doing this. Next slide, please. Please, can you move to the next slide? So, first of all, you need to understand the link between your proposal and your budget. A lot has been said about this. Right from when you come up with your research problem and your objectives, once you do that, you will be able to decipher which activities will drive those objectives. And from there, you will be able to determine what resources you require. Financial resources that will help you acquire all the tools that you will need. If you are in the sciences, sometimes you may need to buy chemicals, consumables, and so on. You may need research assistants and all that. All those are part of the resources that you will need to come up with, arising from the activities that your research is going to produce. And from those activities, you will now prepare a budget. All those activities will attract a cost. They have financial implications. And from there, you go up, draw your budget, and of course, you come up with your outcome and how impact and output split. Next slide. Now we want to look at principles of a good grant budgeting. A lot has been said here too. Your interesting research idea may attract a reviewer's attention, but a well-prepared budget convinces the funder that the proposal is feasible and capable of delivering value for money. So, in today's competitive world, what differentiates a successful grant proposal from the one that is unsuccessful? The difference, lies in the quality of your grant budget. Next slide. So I have here what you can call 5 C's of grant budgeting, the principles on which your grant budgeting should be based. Things that you should think about when you are putting down those cost elements attached to those activities in your grant budget. Or you can look at it as the 3 R's of grant budgeting. On the other side, when you prepare a good grant that someone will look at, the reviewer will look at and say this is good. Number one, it should be complete. There should be completeness. The reviewer shouldn't look at your grant budget and discover that something is missing. And again, that takes us back to the activities you have been able to develop that you are going to carry out arising from the objectives of your research proposal. If something is missing, what that means is that you will not be able to do that research successfully because along the line, you will definitely meet an obstacle because something was missing at the point of budgeting. When that cost eventually shows up, you will not be able to complete the research. So it must be complete. There must be clarity, no ambiguity in the figures and what you have outlined there as your expenditure. It must be consistent. You must comply. Some funding agencies sometimes have a template of what they want the budget to look like. They also have rules of how they want you to develop your budget. You must comply with such rules. And then cost effectiveness. I remember our presenter talking about something is maybe 50,000. You go and write 500,000. If it's not cost effective, obviously, no matter how good the idea is, the funder will be unable to approve your research proposal. They will not want to commit funds because, like she said, most of these funders all know the market prices of the things that you put or you have put in your budget. On this side, it should be relevant. Every expenditure, everything you want to carry out, every activity must be relevant to your research. And that item, when you now attach a cost to it and it's in your budget, it should be something relevant. It should contribute significantly to attaining the objectives you've outlined in your proposal. It should be reasonable, meaning that when we look at that expenditure, it should be such that connotes the fact that you are going to be prudent in the use of resources, not extravagant. And then it should be realistic. It should be based on actual market prices. Next slide. Now, what are the components of a grant budget? A lot of this has been said. Personnel costs. Sometimes you see a grant budget, the person just writes personnel costs and puts one big lump sum there. No breakdown of what personnel cost is all about. So some examples are what you have: salaries, the salaries you pay, maybe the principal investigator, the research assistant, and if you need to consult people, what you pay them. If you need an enumerator that will help you go to the field, what you will pay them. And other fringe benefits that are part of what you want to do. All that falls under personnel costs. So remember to break it down. Don't just put a lump sum figure there. Equipment. Some of our researches will require equipment, lab equipment, or maybe you need a laptop, but I want to say it's not every grant that you have to buy a laptop. I've seen it. A very close friend of mine applied for a research grant and put like 4 laptops there. Want to buy 4 laptops, and I was wondering. I didn't say anything, but I was wondering what 4 laptops would do. So remember, we are going to talk about justification. Okay, so we need equipment. So whatever type of equipment you need, you've already mapped them out when you were developing the activities and what you're going to do. You will put down all those equipment and their corresponding costs. And then, if there is need for travels, whether it's local, international, you put it there, accommodation, hotel bills, per diem, field transportation, all those will come under travels. Again, not a lump sum. You may have you may have that section traveling cost, but each should be itemized into the various components of traveling cost. And then supplies and consumables, stationery, chemicals, those who work in the lab, printing, data collection material, internet subscription. The list is not exhaustive. It all depends on your field and what you are working on. But just know that you can't just write supplies and consumables. You must itemize them so that your funder knows exactly what you are talking about. And then training and capacity building. You may need to train. We talked about training research assistants. There is a cost to that. So whatever it is for training and capacity building, you will put that cost right there in your budget. Water workshop and so on. Data collection cost is there. Survey, interview transcription. Maybe you interview people, you will need to transcribe it. Maybe you are not doing it yourself, someone is helping you, you will pay for that. All those costs, software, you may need software to run whatever analysis you may do later. All the cost of all such will be in your budget. Dissemination cost, publication. We all know sometimes we pay for certain publications. If you will require such, you will put it there. Conferences that you need to attend as a result of that research that you do, you will also put it there. Community engagement, and so on and so forth. Institutional overheads. Professor Singh talked about it. Some institutions, when you are giving a grant, they will take a percentage. You should also factor that in your budget. So the administrative charges. So you should know your institution's policy on such overheads. And then ethical costs. Sometimes you need ethical approvals, you pay for it. Ministry of Health, you go there, you pay for it. If you require ethical approval, you need to pay for it. Such costs should also come in your budget. You should also, if you need to compensate participants, sometimes because you want people to participate, you may want to give something that will motivate them. There is a cost attached to that. Put it in your budget. Insurance, if there is need for insurance in your proposal, you put it there. The last speaker talked about data protection. If you need to buy some external drive or subscribe and put your data in the cloud, you need to put that cost there. And then digital research cost. I talked about cloud storage, software, and the rest. Next slide, please. Now there's what we call direct and indirect costs. All the other costs, components of the research grant budget I mentioned that I talked about earlier, you can group them into direct and indirect costs. Any cost that you can directly attribute to the research proposal is a direct cost. Anyone that is not directly attributable to the research proposal, but is incidental to the research proposal is an indirect cost. Example, the personnel, field work training, they are all direct costs. Because sometimes some funders will want you to prepare your budget and say direct costs, indirect costs. That's why I'm bringing this here. Others may just want you to, put them in a format that they can understand, provided you break it down. That is also acceptable by some. So indirect costs, please go back. Utilities, administrative support, office equipment, accounting services. Why? Because sometimes you may have an office and all the staff in that office, I know that there are some of us academics who have formed themselves into groups and then they incorporated an NGO. Are you listening? A research NGO. It's like a company incorporated. They may have staff and they may be running, they may apply for a grant. Some of those staff support a particular research. So it's the cost of paying those staff may not all go to that particular research proposal. So it's an overhead, it's indirect, okay? So once you are done with all your costs, the various items you are going to put in your budget and the cost attached to them, there is need to justify the expenditure, justify everything. A researcher seeking grants is expected to provide justification for the amounts requested. I want to buy a laptop, 900,000. Why am I buying laptop? This laptop is necessary so that I'll be able to store the data and run analysis and do this and do this and do that. You must tell why those expenditures are important and should be included in that budget. That's what justification is all about. You have to say why it is necessary for you to include it, that it will help you attain the objectives of your proposal. So grant proposal reviewers fund reasons, meaning that you must give reason for every expenditure item that you put in your budget, not just request for funds. Next slide. So for you to prepare realistic estimate that will attract the attention of a grant reviewer, you should be able to do market survey. If you don't know the price, because sometimes we just sit down, especially of women. Okay, this thing I bought it 15 naira yesterday. It must be 25 naira. No, please do a market survey. Go and find out the current prices of those equipment, those consumables, and everything you want to use in your research. And you are putting into the budget. Find out the cost. You can get vendors to quote. If the equipment are, very large ones and capital intensive, you can get quotations. You can also look at the institutional procurement rates, okay? The institution that you are applying to for grants, sometimes they may have their rates. You can use it, or government approved rates, and you should also remember to adjust for inflation, because if you don't factor in inflation, by the time the proposal goes through all those scrutiny and eventually you are awarded, inflation will have eaten most of your costs. Next. So grant budget development process. Please go to the slide before this. That's where it starts. So this first step is you should understand the funding guidelines. Read the guidelines very well. Once you get to this stage, you must read the guidelines to know what your funder requires. And after that, create your work plan and identify what you will need for that your research proposal. And after that, get the market prices of the items you've listed in your work plan that will make the research possible. And then generate your draft budget. Next slide, please. Justify every line item, whatever you have included in the budget, please provide justification for it. And then check your computations for accuracy. You can give someone else to help you do the mathematics and be sure that the figures you are putting there are consistent. And then you should, if there is need for institutional approval at this point, you can do so. Otherwise, not all may require institutional approval. and then submit your budget along with your proposal. Next slide. These are common budget mistakes that some of us commit in the process of applying for a grant. Addition errors. When you don't add very well, if you are not good with figures, you can get someone to check it for you. Unrealistic personnel cost. You now write there, personnel cost, 2 million naira. You have not told your funder how many research assistants or who are you hiring, what you are going to pay them, at what rate. You've not said anything, you just put a lump sum amount, it may be unrealistic. Inflated traveling costs, we all know that one. Double counting, when you put a figure somewhere, maybe laptop, under equipment, then you go somewhere else, data storage, you put laptop again. Double counting, expensive equipment without justification. You must give a reason why that equipment is necessary for that research. When your budgeting activities do not match with your methodology, our last speaker talked about it. It must match your methodology. Missing justification, you do not provide any justification. Copying budgets from previous proposals. Maybe you have a previous proposal you submitted somewhere, and now you have a new one. Instead of looking at the activities related to this new one, you just go copy paste your previous proposal, maybe change the figures and submit. You will end up with a budget that is unrealistic. And ignoring taxes. I have to bring this in. Why? Because some months ago, one of us within the university approached me that I should help their research group. They ran into problems with Nigerian Revenue Service. They had formed themselves into a research group and incorporated the group under the company law. Okay, and if that means they are a non-governmental organization, non-for-profit. But even though they are a not-for-profit organization, they are still subject to the compliance laws concerning our tax system. They must file returns. So when you form yourself into such research group and you go ahead to incorporate them, then you must be aware that that research group is subject to taxation. The taxation is not on the individuals. The taxation is on that research group, that NGO you have formed because you want to be applying for grants. So they run into problems with filing value-added tax. They run into issues. And I was very busy. I told them I'm very busy, I won't be able, but I had to recommend another tax expert who helped them. So the person now had to be liaising with Federal Inland Revenue Service or NRS, as we call them now, until the tax matter is resolved, and they had to pay some penalties for not filing. They had to pay penalties. Of course, if you ignore taxation, the liability will wait for you later. So if you have formed yourself into such research groups and you've incorporated an organization under the company law, even though it's an NGO for research purposes, don't think because it's research, you are not subject to tax laws. So you must take, cognizance of that. So, and then also, you should not ignore exchange rate fluctuations, especially if the grant is in dollars or is in naira, and maybe you need to purchase something in dollar later. You must make sure that you factor in this fluctuation in exchange rate. We know how volatile our currency has been for a while now. It's like you don't want me to finish that slide. You are running ahead of me. And then budget padding. I know that budget padding is a word we've been hearing, right? Researchers also engage in budget padding. You sneak in an item there that is not supposed to be there. You hide it somewhere. Is budget padding. Our funders or the funders of your proposal want to see transparency as much as possible. There is no room for budget padding. Now, these are the do's before you submit your grant budget. Please follow the funding guidelines. budget from your activities, the activities in your research proposal. Justify your expenses, give reason for that amount you want to spend for that item. There must be a reason. Be realistic and verify prices. Don't put figures there that are arbitrary. Check your no budget padding, don't pad anything. Check your computations, very important. And of course, review your budget before submission. Give it to someone else who is knowledgeable. Even though I'm in accounting, a lot of times when I do things, I give to my husband to help me check. Because, you know, I may not know my errors, but someone else will see my errors. So always give someone else to check your figures and make sure that you've taken note of all the guidelines and the rules before you submit. Next slide. So researchers win grants with creative ideas, but they keep grants through sound financial planning and accountability. I have the next slide. Give me the last slide. So a simple template, very simple. You can see direct costs, personnel, equipment, and all that. If you do it like this, please, that thing should have a note that will itemize personnel. It is this, that. If you choose to do it this way, like I told you, personnel is a generic word. There are lots of things under personnel. So if you choose to do your budget like this, you should have a note to that budget that will explain in detail. Personnel is made up of research assistants, 5 of them at 20,000 naira each. This, and that's what you do for all. So, but that's just, a simple template that can guide you on how to design your budget. Thank you very much. Wow, this day has been well spent. Can I have a witness? Today has been well spent. Please, a round of applause for yourself for staying up to this moment. Please clap for yourself, not me. Clap for yourself. You've done so well. Vice Chancellor, and all that protocols observed. Please, I have a very interesting information for you. There is a global organization called the Organization of Women in Science for Developing Countries. It's a global organization and it has branches in the 6 geopolitical zones in the country, and each university has a branch. Almost all the universities in the country have a branch. And I believe that so many people here are members of that organization globally, but not nationally or locally. So I want to inform you that in the University of Calabar, we have revived the organization. We are not starting because it has been there, and when many women are members, we've revived it. And so please, we want to inform you that the group is active for women in science. It comes across the science, even extend to social science. Please, if you are in social science, don't be left out. We encourage you to be members. The president of the African region of the association is Professor Grace Inyama in the chemistry department. She's the president of the African region.
And so here we have the Cross River State chapter, holding the University of Calabar. For now, we have it, we hold it in chemistry seminar room, Department of Chemistry seminar room. There are a lot of benefits for joining the program. You have sponsorship for conferences, you have grants that we are talking about, especially for the young scientists and the young career women. You have a lot of sponsorship. Please, when you come in, when you attend the meeting, you get to know more, or you can browse. You can go browse, go to the website for Organization for Women in Science and Developing Countries. You see a lot of benefits and what you stand to gain if you are a member of the organization. I don't want to bother you because you're already tired. Thank you very much. I hope to see many of you. I think our secretary should be around with the form. For those who are interested, please you can collect the form. Just give us your contact and then we'll do the follow-up. And if you read about it, I'm sure you won't even need any follow-up. You just develop interest in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Please don't go. We have a group photograph after them. So, finally, we've come to the end of the Maiden workshop of Female Academic Association, University of Calabar. Please, a round of applause for the female academic in the University of Calabar. You have done noble. You've done so well. So I'm here to just tell us thank you for not allowing us to come and meet an empty hall. We invited many people and they came and you were present. So I want to use this moment to give a vote of thanks first to our Vice Chancellor. Please clap for our Vice Chancellor. He did not only show presence here, but he supported, in fact, he's our sponsor, exclusive sponsor for our Vice Chancellor. He said he will continue to support us. So we have to show working. All that we have learned here, please put it into practice. To make sure that your research topic, you're going to work on them. We must win the grant. You must see what we are doing. So all the groups, please get to work after this. I want to inform you that the speakers, our resource persons have been very gracious. They have given us all the presentations and we are going to put them on the platform, the Female Academic platform, so that you have them. Just download it and put it somewhere safe because very soon your laptop your phone may have one issue or the other and you don't have. So download it and put it somewhere safe because this is going to be your reference material. Thank you so much to our convener, our one and only Professor of your feet. Stand up and clap for our convener. Stand up, lady, lovely lady, clap for our convener. This is her brainchild. She has made it possible for us to gather here today and not just to waste our time, but to gain valuable knowledge. Thank you so much, ma. We appreciate you. The fight we're putting under our, it has moved on and thank God that the outcome is successful. I want to thank the principal officers who were here with us, all of them from the DVC, all the DVCs were here because, of course, the Vice Chancellor was here. So the registrar, the librarian, the bursar, everyone that came to grace this occasion. We want to thank the directors and deans. They were all here. We want to really appreciate our keynote speaker, Emerita Professor Ekanem Ibre. That woman, you will not believe that she is staying and counting. She was here. You saw how long she stayed with us and delivered that wonderful keynote address. I want to appreciate all our speakers. Professor Augusta, that was real fire. And you told us the truth so that we can always have in mind whenever we are applying for grants. We want to appreciate Professor Stella Ansa and Professor Alice Aston. They did so well. We thank you very much. We want to thank the coordinators from the different faculties
General, General, thank you, Dr. Mary, that you have done well. We appreciate you for this initiative. We want to thank the planning committee, the grant writing and respect committee. Every member of the committee is wonderful. For the planning committee, the grant writing and respect committee, you have done so well because you were up and doing this workshop has been a success. God bless all of you and all your efforts. We want to thank the media team, the behind the scenes people, the decorators of this beautiful hall, the ICP unit, everyone that did one thing or the other to make sure that this workshop was a success. God bless all of you. We thank you. And we pray that as you go back, God will take you safely back home and give you the grace to implement all that you have learned today. In Jesus' name, we call on our convener to give our closing remarks. So much. Please don't go yet. I'm going to take photograph. Please don't go. It's part of baby history. Academics. Genuinely, I want to sincerely thank everyone.
Working. I don't need to thank my able alternate chair has done all the thanking. Okay, they told me that all the slides have been dropped on the platform. So please read the slide. What do you guys to this last second?
Thank you so much. You've done noble. We came this morning and you're here till now. It shows that you appreciate this group. So happy today. A dream that started like a WhatsApp group. A dream that started like, how can we make this event be happy? Today it has managed. Really awesome. Me, are you still there with us? Yes, God. Please start it for us. Oh, hey, Judy.